She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detecting 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, take a shot.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Anyone else close like this result, let me know.
3-3, can I let our supervisor know they have
Good morning, everybody. Some breaking news here. I'm just getting ready to close down the studio, and this just came across. I wanted to share this with you guys. I wanted to see what you guys think about this new released audio. Let me know after you watch this. This is crazy. This is bombshell. Did LE drop the ball for Audrii? Let me know what you think. Check out what they say. Listen to the recording. Let me know what you think. Leave a comment in the comment section. Please hit the like if you haven't yet, and if you're not subscribed, please consider it. Listen to this, yo.
The tragic murder of 11-year-old Audrii Cunningham. Thank you for joining us at 10. I'm Keith Gardner.
Good evening. I'm Daniela Guzman. Well, today, the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office confirming the young girl's primary cause of death as homicidal violence with blunt head trauma. Investigators saying her father's friend, Don Stephen McDougal, this man right here, is the man who murdered her, charging him with capital murder. But should he have been behind bars before the fifth grader vanished? Tonight, only on KPRC2, has obtained an audio recording of the Polk County Sheriff appearing to admit the ball was dropped in a previous criminal investigation involving Audrii's suspected killer.
And listen to this. This is what he was just arrested for before this took place here. That's what he was arrested for before. Listen to the details in this. They even admit it was a shit poor just listen.
KPRC2's Bryce Newberry has been covering the.
Could he have been stopped before Audrii was taken from everybody?
This case since Audrii disappeared. He joins us now tonight in studio with what we've learned, Bryce.
This is
Keith
crazy.
And Daniela, 6 months before Audrii Cunningham disappeared, the man now accused of killing her is also accused of violently stabbing a stranger 3 times. Many have asked why he wasn't arrested for that. And tonight, only KPRC2 has audio, which appears to be the Polk County Sheriff Byron Lyons admitting the stabbing investigation was mishandled.
Newly released audio.
These images show the 3 bloody knife wounds in David Stanley's back on August 19th. His attorney, David Feldman.
Mr. Stanley received a knock on the door from a female. She stated her car was broken down. She needed some help. So Mr. Stanley goes out to her vehicle. As he approaches the vehicle, he's ambushed and stabbed.
As investigators zeroed in on Don Stephen McDougal as a person of interest in Audrii Cunningham's disappearance, they say he confessed to the stabbing while being questioned by Texas Rangers. That's what landed him behind bars as the desperate search for the missing 5th grader continued. Days later, prosecutors charged him with capital murder in her disappearance and death. But why wasn't he arrested sooner for the alleged stabbing?
There was some circumstances that took place that would not allow us to be able to arrest him at that time, and he would not cooperate. Basically lawyered up, would not talk with him.
That's what they said Monday. Listen to this recording, everybody.
Investigators.
That was the answer Polk County Sheriff Byron Lyons gave at a press conference Monday.
It was just a shit poor investigation. This is about the investigation with the stabbing. Listen, it gets worse.
But in new audio obtained only by KPRC during a late November meeting for approximately 30 minutes with the stabbing victim's girlfriend, Sheriff Lyons appears to admit the case wasn't being investigated properly.
We dropped the ball on it.
We dropped the ball on this, and we're trying to find the ball to get it fixed. Could he have been stopped before Audrii was taken from us?
We're trying to find the ball to get it fixed. We didn't do our job. That's why.
We didn't do our job. That's why we're here to talk about it.
We're fixing it. We're making it right.
A timeline of the stabbing investigation the sheriff's office shared with KPRC reveals a new investigator got assigned to the case within a day of that recorded conversation.
Wow.
Months transpired to actually arrest McDougal for
months transpired. This was 6 months before
the stabbing on August 19, 2023, but for whatever reason, they chose not to, and he remained on the street.
According to the sheriff's office timeline, Stanley initially identified the wrong suspect. They arrested, but later released. Stanley identified McDougal as the suspected stabber in early September and again in early December.
September 9th and December 4th, people. And this is almost into March now, okay? the middle of February, he was able to do this. To say that he slipped through the cracks, I don't think so.
But the case against him didn't advance until February 8th, when the sheriff's office submitted the investigation to the prosecutor's office for grand jury consideration.
February
but that
8th.
was 6 months after the stabbing and 1 week before Audrii disappeared.
This is a tragedy that should not have happened. Had law enforcement done their job the last few months, I don't think you'd be talking to me about the disappearance of Audrii Cunningham.
That is so sad. What the hell? I was getting ready for bed last night and that shit came across the news wire and I was like,
that is unacceptable.
This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Rosie. Thank you for hopping in. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Yeah. Oh boy. The shit. You think you're doing all of this, you know what I mean? You're like, damn, they're being transparent. Damn, they got right on it. Damn. Which they did. Thank God for Audrii. They didn't drop the ball on that like they did before. But man, when you sit there and we're all talking about, well, he must have slipped through the cracks. He went by Steven, but nobody thought to search Don and all these different things in here. So are you going to tell me that the family that he was staying with didn't know about that stabbing either?
I wonder. I mean, obviously they were close.
First they arrested the wrong person.
Yeah, did the victim pick out the wrong person?
No, police did.
Oh, okay.
Police picked out the wrong person. They arrested the wrong person. Then when they realized, because he was a suspect as well, but he had lawyered up. I think it was one of those things that, like he admitted, we dropped the ball. I think somebody realized they dropped the ball, and instead of accepting and being accountable for what the fuck they didn't do, like so many times out there, they just grab somebody else because they want to, calm the community and pretend like they got justice, but instead they go after innocent people because they don't want to be held accountable for their own non-actions.
Yeah, appearances.
Yeah. What's up, Kib Kitty? Ticket 1. Caddy, ticket 2. What's up, Diana? Ticket 2. Whoops, ticket 3. Katrina, ticket 5. Thank you. And we got 49er Girl. Off to run errands. Be safe. Jeannie, ticket 6. 49er Girl was ticket 5. What's up, Skittles? Ticket 7. Debray, ticket 8. 9, 10. Mark and Betty, how you doing? Yeah. It's what's up, detective? And then there's I don't know. It's just, man, he didn't fall through no cracks. He was ambushed. Well, maybe because the dude was ambushed. He as soon as he came out to go help with the car, he just started going after him and attacking him.
Yeah, but like we said yesterday, that's possibly all that we know of, because it's a long time.
Yes, AG. Shout out to AG2. Yeah, something else came across last night. We'll get into that too. There's some other breaking news, man. It's I was already up till 4 a.m. Working and shit, and I was like, we'll cover it tomorrow. I didn't want to. It already takes like an hour and something to make a 7-minute video, So it's like, let me get some sleep. I'll hit it up tomorrow. What's up, detective?
Yeah. And it's like when you get tired, it's that time where no matter what you do to fix it, it still doesn't look right to you.
Oh.
So then eventually you're like, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah. Or what's worse is when you spend all that time and then something happens on the computer, and all of a sudden program closes or something, and then you lost all that work too.
I have cats. They just walk over the keyboard and they'll like change the whole thing, or just email it to somebody, and I'll be like, "Go do this."
What's up, Golf? What are you up to, Golf? Let me know if you feel like hopping in. Yeah, it's this morning even I got up and I was like, man, I didn't feel like I had slept at all. I slept until the absolute, not the last minute, but the couple minutes after the last minute. That's how long I whew. So I was like a bit late, but thank you guys. Sydney, doesn't this kind of BS happen all the time? I know, constantly, especially with our children, man. Like, what the hell?
It's probably quite unusual to hear them saying we dropped the ball. I don't know if I've actually heard that before.
I wonder where that audio recording came from, because
Right.
I don't think they knew that that was being recorded.
Doesn't sound like it.
No. And you know, like Monday, like they said, we'll play that clip again where he came out you know, like there's, you know, before, you know, it made it sound like this is a simple mistake, and then all of a sudden you hear the recording and you're like, you MF. Like,
makes you wonder what goes on behind the scenes of things. Like, and they're like out there so confident, like this is fine.
People not wanting to be accountable for not doing their job. You know, it's like, what if the airport mechanic, you know, wasn't doing his job, was sealing the doors on an airplane, right? He wasn't doing his job checking the bolts. You know? Doesn't want to be accountable. Oh, it was the pilot's fault.
It was the plane's fault.
Yeah, the plane doesn't want to be accountable. You know? Let's just, you know, like, I'm gonna be lazy today and take a nap under some bags, and then I'm just gonna mark them off on the checklist that I checked all the bolts and we're good, even though I didn't check them. It's that kind of shit. And then you're supposed to trust them when you go fly. Yeah. Let me see. Looks like a job will be open in Moscow. Sheriff and investigators of Texas. Yeah. Yeah, Chief Fry. Who was the female with him during that time? Well, there's some stuff I was going to show you too. There's some stuff that was being posted on the Facebook group about I don't know why. There's some people out there that are thinking that this one dude is the dad, but we've been shown, like, I guess there's like a huge misunderstanding out there about who the dad is. We've been showing the correct dad the whole time, but I guess there's some huge misunderstanding out there about somebody else supposedly being talked about as the dad. So I figured we'd show that too, just to, I don't know. We don't have that confusion over here, but you never know. There's people that come across the video and you know, they might not, you know, and so why not let everybody...
The headlines can be misleading.
Yeah.
So they'll just see the word dad and not see dad's friend or something. So
yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't want the wrong people or the wrong date on film being put out there, you know. I stopped to help an old lady one time. I couldn't get her out of my car. She wanted me to take her on rug runs, and I'm telling you, she's at least 70 years old, Cindy. Holy shit. Damn. Holy shit. What's his name from the Rolling Stones? The dude that just always seems to stay alive, the guitarist. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Keith Richards. Everybody's like, damn, he's like 70 and he sounds like he's doing that shit still. Not Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, the one that's always like, you know, everybody who's like from the 1970s and on, everybody's like, I don't know how that dude still keeps going, man. I don't know how that dude still right? I don't know how that dude still keeps going. Keith Richards, yeah. Hell of a guitar player, too. He's so badass. I love it. I love Rolling Stones. All right, so we're going to play that clip again here real quick so you guys can watch it again, and then we'll get on getting on. Thank you all for hopping in. Appreciate you. And thank you, Rosie, for hanging out again.
Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. Let me know what you guys think. Leave a comment in the comment section. We'll be talking about it in tomorrow morning's live.
Whoops.
Come hang out with us. Please hit the like if
That's the wrong one.
For the alleged stabbing.
There was some circumstances that took place that would not allow us to be able to arrest him at that time.
Look at that. There are some circumstances that took place that wouldn't allow us to arrest him at that time. Listen, like, oh my God. It makes you feel bad because, you get all these people out there label the community as like, or other communities like us, like we're LE bashers and shit, and we're like, yeah, yesterday, like, congrats, like, man, this is awesome.
We tried.
Right?
Right.
It makes, what are we supposed to do?
Stabbing.
There was some circumstances that took place that would not allow us to be able to arrest him at that time. And he would not cooperate, would not basically lawyer up, would not talk with the investigators.
Basically lawyered up. That was basically lawyered up. Now, when I first heard this at the press conference, I'm sitting there and I'm going, lawyered up? Okay, but still. Like, he was the last one that's seen her. I understand lawyered up before about a stabbing, right? But you're lawyering up for a stabbing?
Yeah, as well. I mean,
right. I get it.
Lawyering up doesn't mean you can't talk to somebody, right? It just means they have to be there.
But like, they're like the guy. Okay, I get you were ambushed, right? But I would assume the guy would have been able to give a good description of the person. Yeah. And when it comes to, this is what I don't understand, is how did they get the wrong guy when you have an adult male, unless he just came from behind and he didn't see who did it?
Or traumatized.
But what about the lady that was with him, right? What did you investigate her? She saw who it was. Was she the one that falsely claimed it was somebody else? Well, then she should be charged. There should have been like some stuff going on. So what? Everybody lawyers up. It doesn't mean just because everybody lawyers up doesn't mean that it's a stalemate. It doesn't mean that it's not going to go anywhere.
Exactly.
Things still happen.
Yeah.
What's up, Thomas? Things still happen. So, there's other people involved. This isn't like somebody's missing and you don't know who the victim was. You know who the freaking victim was. So, like, how is it that hard to keep some kind of, you go 6 months before you even get the ball rolling on the shit that happened from August, and unfortunately it was just a week before this crime took place. I wonder if this is what spawned him to finally commit this crime, is because he got a heads up, like, yep,
it does sound like something flipped in him, or I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't know, but I mean, it sounds like there was some kind of an escalation, or I don't know. But I feel bad for the person who was wrongly arrested as well. That's also traumatizing. I mean, that's
especially for that. Yeah, because then that, it's like somebody putting out the wrong date for your footage. Do you know how hard it is to correct that information when you didn't even make the, you know what I mean? So it's just like the person that was arrested for committing that crime but never did. Now he's walking around and people are thinking that he's some dude that's going around doing this kind of shit,
Yeah, it's like the
just because somebody didn't want to be accountable.
Still there, but it wasn't even him. Yeah.
Just because somebody didn't want to be accountable. It's horrible.
It's terrible.
What's up? What's up, Michelle Skittles? I call BS too. What's up, John Morgan? What's up, Christina 39? Jenny, the taking a woman and ride thing. My mom had trouble with her. What is it? What? Sorry, I missed it. She probably pulled the same stunt. Oh, they're still talking about that too. SM, what's up? Happy Friday to you too. Thank you for your support. Lawyered up. I mean, yeah. But they knew who the victim was. And they knew somebody else was with him. The guy that was the victim had to see the lady, because the lady was the one that came up to him asking him for help. And it is crazy that they have the, like those, you know, like even them dating apps, man, you got to be careful on that stuff, because like you don't know who's on the other end. Even if it's a picture or a voice, you don't know who's on the other end, and you don't know where, you don't know what the hell you're showing up to. Why? It's, please. My league, golden ticket 42, thank you. I don't even mess with that shit. Oh, thank you, fellas. I appreciate that. I appreciate all y'all. Like, dating apps just get you on an episode of Dateline. It's true. It is true.
It's true. It's so dangerous.
It is damn true. So, all right. So he said he lawyered up. So we couldn't, we stalled. We stalled.
There was some circumstances that took place that would not allow us to be able to arrest him at that time. And he would not cooperate, would not basically lawyer up, would not talk with the investigators.
That was the answer Polk County Sheriff Byron Lyons gave at a press conference Monday. But in new audio obtained only by KPRC during a late November meeting for approximately 30 minutes with the stabbing victim's girlfriend, Sheriff Lyons appears to admit the...
Oh, so he admitted, the stabbing victim's girlfriend is the one that came in there with her phone in her pocket and recorded this.
Oh. Wow.
They had a meeting with the stabbing victim's girlfriend. Oh, I do the same shit, people. Shit, I record everything.
During a late November meeting for approximately
30
minutes with the stabbing victim's girlfriend, Sheriff Lyons appears to admit the case wasn't being investigated properly.
We dropped the ball on it, and we were trying to find the ball to get it fixed. We didn't do a job. That's why we didn't talk about it. We're fixing it. We're making it right.
A timeline of the stabbing investigation the sheriff's office shared with KPRC reveals a new investigator got assigned to the case within a day of that recorded conversation.
Months transpired to actually...
When was that?
It said November.
So August, September, October, November. So 3 months go by and they admit they dropped the ball. Why didn't something happen in November or December?
So somebody else got put on the case, but then when was the incorrect arrest? Was that after this?
But he was on their radar before November. Watch this. The dude was on their radar before November. He was on their radar in September.
I found the ball to get it fixed. We didn't do a job. That's
Watch.
Why we didn't talk about it. We're fixing it. We're making it right.
And this was
in
November.
The stabbing investigation the sheriff's office shared with KPRC reveals a new investigator got.
I would like to get if anybody has these documents, please send them to me. Polk County Sheriff's Office, case number 52301327. Send them to me if you have them. I'd like to read through these.
Assigned to the case within a day of that recorded conversation.
Months transpired to actually arrest McDougal for the stabbing on August 19, 2023, but for whatever reason, they chose not to, and he remained on the street.
According to the sheriff's office timeline.
I just want to point out that is not a clip-on. That is not a clip-on. That's so obvious. That is not.
It's lifetime.
Yeah, scoot it up a little bit, buddy. That's not a clip.
Remained on the street.
According to the sheriff's office timeline, Stanley initially identified the wrong suspect, who they arrested but later released. Stanley identified McDougal as the suspected stabber in early September. And again in...
And then told him, oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. This conversation took place, this recorded conversation took place 2 months before the freaking victim ID'd Stephen McDougal. The victim told LE in September who the person was, and they still arrested the wrong person.
So what is it about him? Because, I mean, it's more than just having a lawyer. That's kind of some power, right?
The victim ID'd oh boy. Oh boy. What do you do with this? The victim ID'd the person that committed the crime. He's going to Sergeant Cowboy Hat Vest, and he was like, "Hey, this is who committed the crime." And the vest said, "No, this guy committed the crime." Like, the victim's telling you who committed the crime, and you're telling. And then in November, 2 months after, the dude already. No wonder he wasn't talking to the dude. He was talking to the girlfriend, because the dude probably wanted to kick the living fucking ass out of the dude, because he's like, "Dude, I've been telling you that this is the guy that committed the crime, and then you arrested the wrong dude. I don't want to hear you say that you dropped the ball, when I've been telling you the whole time that the crime happened in August. This is September 9th.
It's almost like they were saying they dropped the ball just to, like, get her to, like, leave it, go away, stop asking.
You know what? I wonder if there's a lawsuit that's coming. I wonder if there's a lawsuit that was being talked about during that period of time. I wonder if there's a lawsuit that's currently being filed against this Polk County Sheriff's Office for this right here. And I wouldn't be surprised if Polk County Sheriff's Office gets sued from Audrey's family because of this right here.
Yeah. And the wrongful arrest.
That too. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Audrey's loved ones. You better be talking to a lawyer about Polk County Sheriff's Office right now, because I would be. Oh, fuck no. What's up, Root? As one, how you doing? I would be talking to a lawyer. That dude would not have get the fuck out of here. If you don't know how to do your damn job and this happens, get the fuck out of that. Get out of there. Get out. It better be coming.
Yeah.
That dude right there, don't even be in front of a freaking microphone no more, bro. When you sit there and you tell the community, when you tell the family this kind of bullshit.
Stabbing.
There was some circumstances that took place that would not allow us to be able to arrest him at that time. And he would not cooperate, would not basically lawyer up, would not talk with the investigators.
That was the answer.
When he tells you and the community and Audrey's loved ones that as a reason, bro, get the fuck out of that room. Go work at McDonald's, bro.
Why is the perpetrator directing the investigation? Like, he wouldn't speak with us. He was not being cooperative. He lawyered up, and there were just circumstances that occurred. I mean,
right? Get the hell out of the office, bro. Yesterday, I'm sitting there doing, yesterday, we're doing this kind of shit. We're doing it on Monday when we were doing the show.
Yeah, me as well.
Get out of there, man. That is so messed up. And the dude told you September. Then you reached out to, you know what? It makes me think. This is what it makes me think. Because when this recording happened in November, right? And then he reaches out again in December 4th. It makes me feel like they still weren't taking this person as the suspect seriously. Because then why? Because right? Because if they're telling your girlfriend, we dropped the ball, and he done told you who it was in September, and you're admitting to the girlfriend in November that you dropped the ball, then he reaches back out to you in the beginning of December. That's telling me that you still weren't going after McDougal, and you didn't consider McDougal a frickin' suspect strong enough for the justice to happen in this situation. Like, you didn't believe him. You didn't believe him September 9th, and we don't believe you December 4th. Trust us. We know we dropped the ball, but we know what we're doing.
And it looks like he even kind of reached out to them because he saw a picture online. So he was honestly just trying to help, trying to get feedback.
Well, it's a small town. People know. Like, we'll look it up here. I'll show you guys. I think it's like what? Let me see. Shit, I lost the address. I need to start saving these things. What's the address for the... It's Texas. Livingston, Texas. Livingston, Texas. All right. I'm correct. Is it Livingston, right? I want to make sure. I think that's... Livingston, Texas has a population of 5,640. Okay. So when Stephen McDougal goes and stabs somebody, I'm pretty damn sure when you go to LE and they said, hey, this person did it, I'm probably going to take them pretty seriously because there's only a town full of this. You know what brand of cereal your neighbor eats every morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You know, you see the same people at the same freaking corner gas station. You see them at the same time, on the same day, at the same stoplight. It's all, hey, did you hear about Billy and Susie? What happened yesterday over there 2 blocks away? And da 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 da. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows everybody. What the hell? What the hell?
It doesn't even matter having more than one name as well. I mean,
no,
people just you and they know who you are.
Because how many people look like this dude in fucking Livingston, Texas? You know, maybe Chicago. Oh, Chicago. Yeah, all over. Livingston, Texas.
No. Okay.
No. I want to share this real quick. This is it's so sad. I really hope the family does have a lawsuit against the sheriff's office. Yeah. I really do. Because they totally failed Audrii. This is the obituary. This is so sad. So I wanted to share that with you. There's the link if anybody wants it. Man. And then to hear the cause of death yesterday. You know, it's like, dude, I'm going to go ahead and read it real quick. So sad. And with the link, you can send flowers too, okay? Audrii will be Audrey Danielle Cunningham was born on February 5th, 2013 in Livingston, Texas. And tragically left us on February 15th, 2024 at the age of 11. May she forever rest in eternal peace in the arms of the Lord and Savior. Those we love and those we love and lose are always connected by heartstrings into infinity. Harry Gulliver. Audrey was an extraordinary child that touched the lives of everyone. And she knew she will be remembered for her radiant smile that filled every room she entered with joy. Audrey was a happy, loving child that enjoyed things like singing and dancing. She was an artist and loved to paint. Some of her artwork hangs in her school at Creekside Elementary, where she was a 5th grader. Wow. That's awesome. Audrey was a kind and compassionate soul and an animal lover, especially to her cats and dogs. She touched so many lives in her short 11 years on Earth of not only the people that knew and loved her, but her entire community. She will always be remembered, and her memory will live on in the hearts of everyone. She is survived by her mother, Cassie Matthews, father, Joshua Lee Cunningham, grandparents, Philip and Tabitha Munch, and Mark and Annie Cedars, yada, yada, yada. It says, if there ever comes a day when we can't be together, keep me in your heart. I'll stay there forever. And then a bunch of information. Man.
Yeah. That's difficult.
All these people that failed her. And I'm not just leaving it on, because it wasn't just, it's not just the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office is at the top of the list. The next people that are down from that list are our dad and fucking grandma and grandpa. What the hell? What reason is there? You had people had to. There had to be heads that were turning. There had to be.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, thank you, Pebbles.
I guess it's a thing of looking the other way. I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that, but I suppose that is how it's done.
How does I don't know. You see the relationship, I showed the picture yesterday with them, like being, I don't know what the hell was going on with that picture, but you sit there and you go, wait a minute. Okay, so if I'm not taking a picture like that with my bro. So like what was this, like a party? Like you guys were all like tore up? Like what? What
Well, I mean, it indicates something about priorities, right? Especially if you have like a friend that is coming before your child on the priority list, in that you're just letting them live there without even asking questions. I mean, I personally don't believe that just any male in particular should just live on the premises where there's a young girl. You should check who that is. So there's obviously a bit of a priority out of joint.
This is her giving that sick fucker a tattoo. I've had it, but it's crazy. And this is why I'm saying about the dad. This is why I'm showing this right now. How? Speaking from a father of a daughter, how in the hell do you allow your daughter to do this to another fucking man, bro? How do you let your daughter do this to another fucking man? A grown man, and you know where she's putting the damn tattoo on his fucking thigh. How, grandma? How, grandpa? How, dad, did this fucking shit go on? Because I'm telling you right now, I highly doubt everybody was eating at fucking Golden Corral while these two were downstairs in the basement and she was doing this. I don't think they were all out at Golden Corral. So, I'm sorry. You know, people are coming in. I don't think you should blame all the... Guess what? I am.
No, there's... I mean, you can't not ask. No way. This video is... In a way, it's like one of the worst imagery on this.
Props to Audrii, I'm going to tell you right now, because I've been in plenty of tattoo shops. Props to Audrii, because I'm like, damn, she's fucking going smooth and is confident, and you know what I mean? I was like, holy shit, I was caught off guard. I was like, damn, she probably would have been a really badass tattoo artist, because, I mean, you just in this clip, I'm just like, whoa, she's already talented. But
you can see she was talented.
Besides that, another man or anybody, period, do it on a fucking an orange. You know, do it on an orange. Do it on a something. Do it on something else, not a person. You know, I love the artistic. You know, I've been told so many times that I should do tattoos. You know, I love the artistic ability. I think it's amazing. You know, I love tattoos and the art because it's other people's art, really. Whether you go in there and say, I want an apple, it's somebody else's art. And that's what's beautiful about it. But you do it on something else. You don't allow your young daughter to do this on a fucking another man that's pulling his pants down and having his shirt up so he can get a tattoo.
I'm a child.
Yeah, like what kind of relationship did you have with this dude, grandma and dad? I'm not going to say grandpa too much.
Yeah.
The dad video. Oh, you got to be fucking kidding me. This is from the dad? You got to be fucking kidding me. Let her draw on paper.
Right?
It's the damn truth. This is really the dad. Right, there's that too, Cindy. Yeah, there's fake skin. You can have like gelatin, whatever the gel that you can practice on, you know, like they use for ballistics and things like that. Like you can practice on different things. Because you have to practice before you even become one. Yeah, practice on you have to practice before you even become one.
She looks like she's practiced. Like she knows, like you said, she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, here's the sound. All right, I can't play too much because it's gonna. But she's sitting there singing along and wipe, and it's like, damn, it's like you're really like she's talented already. But bro, and then if this is the dad recording it again, what is your relationship with this dude? What is your relationship, man?
Well, there's definitely a priority problem there.
That's your daughter. Like, I can't even come to any kind of reasoning, like 1%. I can't even come to a reasoning of this taking place or even being recorded. I really don't understand. What if this guy was the dad's because they trusted him too much? I don't know. There's something. Whether it's this or substances or there was something for, because there's no way this is encouraging. Like, come on, dude. If some guy came up, I'm not going to offer it to some other dude, right? But if some guy came up, if I did offer it to, hey, do you want my daughter to give you a tattoo? Well, then you're not being very, you're inviting devils to your fucking garden, if you're doing that. And if somebody reaches out to me and says, hey, can your daughter give me a tattoo? I'm going to be like, dude, you better shut the fuck up before I punch you, you sick fucking ass. Like, what the fuck is your problem?
Have you seen this documentary? I think I might be getting the name wrong, but it's something like Abducted in Plain Sight or In Plain Sight.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, so I think it was a little girl who was kidnapped by a family friend twice, and both times he somehow manipulated the parents into he got really close to the parents. I don't want to get the facts wrong, but it's kind of pinging in my brain where he got into a relationship with both parents, just so that he could get to Dora.
What?
And
what's it? Whoa! Look at all these people. What's it called? In Plain Sight, right?
Yeah, and
on
the
what?
Little girl
on Netflix.
In Plain Sight. So she grew up, and she's part of who made that documentary. So she was part of that story, like making it to broadcast.
So it was on Netflix, or what was it on? What, Netflix? Oh my gosh, do you guys want to have a fucking Discord watch party again this weekend and chill out and watch the documentary?
Mm-hmm. It's reminding me a little bit. I mean, luckily for her, she's alive. It's not, but it's
the same person similar. Twice.
Yeah.
I don't. What?
I'm trying to remember her name.
I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, we'll get back to this here in a second. Because we were gonna watch the Nancy Grace last night, and we ended up talking Idaho 4 more. So we're gonna watch that here in a few because I want to watch this one now. There's some other stuff, but I want to get to this breaking news and these other cases real quick before we do. So I'm gonna go ahead and get to this one here. This is crazy. This came out last night. A University of Georgia student was found unalived on campus. Like just found unalived.
I have to start with something dark this morning. A live look at the University of Georgia this morning. This is Athens. The campus is frozen in fear, with classes actually canceled until Monday after a woman was found dead and police search for a suspect. The discovery making headlines across the country. You have university, local, and state police believing foul play was involved, but have not yet released the victim's identity.
Female nursing student found passed away on campus. Foul play suspected. No suspects currently. And we just had frickin' University of Colorado Springs looking like, Idaho 4, and then I put something out, and then I took the video down because I was like, well, it ain't like Idaho 4 now because they done arrested somebody the next day. So I'm like, I'll take it down. Might as well. Now look at this. I guess I should just pick up the old one I made and then apply it to this because now it's this.
Just get a template.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like, because I made the video right when it came out. I was like, oh my hell no, is this like Idaho 4, you know? And then like the next, it was like that night or something, or the next morning they arrested somebody already, and I'm like, well, nope, it's not. So
just watching too many Idaho 4 press conferences. They just put some phrasing.
Yeah, unlike some other people, if I put something out and it's different than what ends up being, I take it down. You know what I mean? I take it down.
Only saying she was a nursing student at a different school. Police say the woman did not come home after going for a jog on the UGA campus. Her body was found in the forest with visible injuries. Nick Smith is here following the latest. Nick, I can't imagine waking up on campus this morning.
Okay, left in a forest on campus?
Found in the forest with visible injuries.
Okay, so what's this building right here? It's part of campus. What is that? Like a probably like some kind of like what, tennis courts and soccer fields and stuff, or
I don't know. Well, I mean, she was jogging, so maybe that's part of like trail.
Jogging. Maybe.
Nick Smith is here following the latest. Nick, I can't imagine waking up on campus this morning amidst the fear, the uncertainty. This is a rare occurrence.
Yeah, just like in Idaho, mom and dad are calling saying, get the hell out of there. Get the hell out of there, child. Come back home for a few.
Campus.
It is indeed, Marky. In fact, officials tell us that there is no immediate threat to the community, but a suspect remains at large. The chief of the university police said, to his knowledge, in the last 20 years, this is the first murder on campus. The identity of the woman found has not been made public. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reports that up until last spring, she was a student at UGA before enrolling in the Augusta University College of Nursing, which is about 4 miles from the UGA campus. Investigators say this started on Thursday afternoon with a call to 911 for a wellness check on a friend who had went for a jog in the morning but never returned. A police search would eventually lead them to a body in the woods behind a nearby lake, a short distance from where she had gone for a run. Police say the victim was not breathing and had visible injuries.
At this time, we do not have a suspect, but we are actively investigating the case. Well, when you have a suspect that's on the loose, there's always a danger, but there's no immediate danger at this time.
The university released a statement canceling classes today and also urging students to travel in groups. A UGA student who did not want to share her identity telling our Brian Enton the homicide has everyone living in fear.
Yeah.
Everyone is saying they're not going out, they're staying in, they're going home. People are creating group chats so people can walk to campus together, walk around campus together if they're going on a run, to not run alone. A lot of collective communities.
I wonder if the University of Georgia president is going to reach out to President Green and ask him if he can have a copy of his book, you know, so he knows how to handle this kind of crisis.
I feel like he's read the book.
I
probably like just read it all now, like skimmed it.
Hope he doesn't say targeted, right? Yeah. And
You're targeted one more time.
It's, you know, it's just like they approach this shit just like elementary and middle school and high schools do about bullying. They just try and dismiss it, you know, like, oh, no, everything's fine. No, the community's cool. What do you, huh? No, we're good. Oh, how can we tell you the community's safe? Oh, never mind. We have to keep that close to this because it's for the integrity of the investigation. When I don't want to be held accountable, I just say it's for the integrity of the investigation. That's what I do. Mm-hmm.
So basically, we can't tell you anything, but you're fine.
Right. Yeah. We know you. Trust us. Trust us. Heebie-jeebies. That's a good song. I can't remember who sang that song out. That's an old song. Yeah, this is, we'll see. Is it targeted? I don't know. It sounds to me like at first I thought it was on like campus. This is a trail, so I don't know if
you said a lake.
A lake? Oh wow.
Behind a
right now.
lake, I heard.
Behind them?
Both UGA and the College of Nursing have canceled classes for today. This was actually the second death reported in the span of 24 hours on the
What?
UGA campus. University officials telling News
Who was the other one?
Nation a male student was confirmed dead late Wednesday, but say foul play was not suspected in that case. Mark.
Something in the water over there.
Hmm.
Something happened. What? This is so intramural intramural fields. So it is like a soccer field. That's Lake Herrick, and she was found right over there. I think I'm about heading up to G. Oh, cool. Yeah. I'll be heading up to Delphi here next week.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that. Go up to Delphi, get some new footage, get the drone out. I got more stuff I got to do this weekend for this other thing. I got more interviews and stuff. It's going to be pretty neat. I'm excited for Monday. Let me see here. Let's go to the next thing. This is the search expands again for Elijah. Is it going to go?
Get back to this and start here. That massive search expanding this morning for 3-year-old Elijah View, a Wisconsin boy missing since Tuesday. And now 2 people have been arrested under suspicion of child neglect, including that boy's mother. Kelsey Kernstein joins us now. I mean, Kelsey, talk about the sweetest face. It just makes you sick. What do we know about the people in custody?
Yeah, Marky, that's really what is confusing because we don't know a lot about these people in custody. But we do know that they both have a hearing today under suspicions of child neglect, and they have some sort of connection to Elijah View. A new reports say that this woman right here, Katrina Bauer, she's been identified by relatives as Elijah's mother. And this man, Jesse Vang, his address matches where Elijah was last seen before his disappearance. Both are scheduled to have a bail hearing around 1 o'clock today, but no formal charges have been filed just yet against either of them. Now back to the search for Elijah View. It's now been about 72 hours since he went missing. Now police have not shared any significant updates or leads at this time, but the massive search continues with officers now searching local rivers and landfills. They say they plan to leave no stone unturned. Now police do urge anyone with any information, no matter how insignificant it may be, to please come forward. You can go ahead and call the state tip line at 844-267-6648. We will be watching this case very closely on any updates, Marky.
Yeah, pray.
So he was at the dude's house, the babysitter's house. He's at the babysitter's house. Let me see. So I'm going to read these papers. Thank you so much, Katrina. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get that ready because we're going to check that out here in a few. Thank you, Katrina, for sending me these papers here. Give me 1 second. Got to load them all up. So these are those documents from that aggravated assault when it came to Stephen McDougal. So let me share this. Okay. See, they have no suspect, but there's no threat, but just be an alert because there could be a threat because we don't know if it. Yeah. This is the thing. Laken Riley. All right.
Beautiful name.
Oh, yeah, we'll that is. If anybody wants to send me stuff, we'll go through that here after the Nancy episode. And then I'm going to read through these real quick to see, like, I got to get into these documents. What's up, Cindy? Oh, you're close to Delphi? That's cool. Yeah, I'll be meeting my mod Jinx up there Last time I went up to Delphi, we got together, be getting together, and then I'm gonna be going up there, get some new footage and mainly getting new footage because the other footage I have isn't. It was just from a phone. Now I'm gonna have a whole production footage wise.
It's
Yeah,
exciting.
yeah, yeah. Because before when I went up there, I just had my phone and I was recording with my phone, and now I have like 3 different video and camera uh, and a drone. So I'm gonna have so much footage, better footage, and footage that actually can go off of a bridge and down around, and instead of just looking over, I can get my drone out and we can go flying. We can see up above, all that stuff. So, and
And that's
that's with
great
all
that
these.
you've been there, so that you
Huh?
kind of know, so that you've already been there, so you kind of know exactly what you need to get. It's just now that you have the right.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and then plus it was cool. I got to meet Jinx too for the first time. So I'm east of there. Just got out here a couple days ago. Wow, that's cool. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna be getting a lot of footage. I'm not sure exactly what day. I'm gonna wait. I gotta wait for the weather to see. Probably Monday. I'm gonna look at the weather for the next few days and see, because I definitely don't want to drive all the way up there if it's gonna be windy as hell and some kind of weather. It's got to be like good condition, which I think we'll be able to because I know there's like a warm front coming in, so we should be good. I'm still practicing my drone. I still need practice, but it's gonna be I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It's the landing, but yeah.
A little bit
Right?
of a bump.
Yeah. But sometimes it takes a little bit, but we'll get there. But we'll get there because it's going to be amazing with what I can see and the videos that I've taken with it and where we can go with it. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So this is the Polk County Sheriff's Office. So let me see. So this is the timeline. This was reported August 19th, and he told them who it was on September 9th. So that's only like 2.5 weeks. It's only like 2.5 weeks until he was like, yo, this is who did it. Reported August 19th at approximately 4:25 a.m. Deputy Wood responded to the location where David Stanley was with EMS away from the home. At approximately 5:03 a.m., Deputy Wood responded to the Stanley home for viewing an attempted viewing location where stabbing took place. No evidence collected. August 19th, same day, David Stanley arrives home from hospital, met with Deputy K. Newman at residence and crime scene. Deputy Newman discovered a flashlight at scene that maybe actors left or lost. Okay, so it was in the dark. August 19th, 2023, Deputy K. Newman received written statements from Stanley and Sewell saying, which were given to them by Deputy Wood to fill out. Detective Ethan Placker received case file August 21st, 2023, after being assigned by Detective Lieutenant David Mitchell. So August 21st, 2023, unknown time, Dave Stanley meets with Detective Placker at Sheriff's Office on case. Unknown time. Why wouldn't you have that on record? Unknown. Shit. What time did he come in here? Oh, okay, about 2:45. All right. Come on. Unknown time. Henry Ray. What?
Letitia knows the time.
Right? Like, what the fuck? Henry Ray's identified as suspect by David Stanley. So he was identified as a suspect wrongfully in the beginning, provided video statement. Letitia Sewell, girlfriend of Stanley, was present at the time. So August 21st, he incorrectly identified the wrong person. But why would he then... See, this is okay. I'm wondering if he was being pushed, this person. David Stanley provides Detective Placker and Lieutenant Mitchell with pages of photos he received from Facebook of so-and-so identifying Henry Reyes as the actor in the stabbing. August. So I bet you the girl that came up to ask for the help was like, no, it wasn't McDougal. It was this guy. And him trusting the girl was probably like, oh, okay, it's Henry Reyes. And then as he started to remember, and then he probably saw dude's picture or saw dude out at frickin' CVS, was like, that's the guy. August 21st, 2023, Detective Placker makes attempt in locating Henry Reyes for an interview, unable to locate. August 21st, Placker issues arrest warrants for Henry Reyes for offense of aggravated assault with deadly weapon for offense of aggravated robbery. 2 days later, the 23rd, Henry Reyes and so were arrested on warrants. I bet you that's the lady. August 23rd, Detective Placker and who interviewed so who identified the male actor with her as Jeremy, who she does not know his last name. She just probably picked somebody on Facebook and said, it's this guy. August 23rd, Placker and Mitchell interview Henry Reyes, who denies being involved or having knowledge of it. Whoever wrote this document, bro, what school do these people go to where it's so I wasn't English was not my favorite fucking subject, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I can do better than that. August 25th, Detective Placker talks with blank again. She then states she told Henry Reyes about assault and that stated she stabbed David Stanley, then identifies Don Stephen McDougal. At the 20th, no, he didn't first tell him on the 9th. He told him on the 25th. Detective Placker, August 25th. Detective Placker talks with so-and-so again, the girlfriend. She then states she told Henry Reyes about assault and she stated she stabbed David Stanley, then identifies Don Stephen McDougal as the unknown male being at the scene. So the lady that was the one that supposedly needed help said that she told Henry, oh, I'm sorry, detective. I thought Henry was the one who did it, but no, I forgot, detective. I just told Henry about it. My bad, detective. No, I was the one that did the stabbing, detective. Oh, you were the one that did the stabbing, huh? Yeah. No. I didn't do the it was Don. It was Don Stephen McDougal. That's how it all went down in that interview.
That is so confusing.
Because she kept trying to lie, trying to make up. Well, no, I forgot. I just told him about it. That's what made me think that he was the one that did it, Mr. Placker. I'm sorry. You got the wrong guy. It's because I told him about it. Bullshit. August 30th, Detective Placker meets again with David Stanley and Letitia Sewells at Sheriff's Office interview room. Stanley still identifies. Okay, so he's still identifying because the lady's story's changing. He's probably like, I'm mad at this person. I want him. Okay. Detective Placker submits case file on Reyes and Sewell to District Office for review. Transmittal received. September 9th, Placker received phone call from David Stanley. Stanley states he attended a protective order hearing, then seeing Henry Reyes, and Reyes was not the person who did it. Stanley states everyone was pushing that it was Reyes. Stanley then states Stephen McDougal. So that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if LE was pushing this guy too. And that's why they were so late on everything. September 9th, same day, Detective Placker consulted with First Assistant DA Tammy Pierce on case, advised to interview David Stanley again. September 9th. Placker meets with Stanley again at the sheriff's office, went over the story again, submits supplemental report to DA office to put with original case file at DA office. September 21st, Polk County DA office enters case file into system. Okay. Craig Finnegan contacted by Sheriff Lyons to investigate the case. Investigation after being contacted by David Stanley. So David Stanley reached out to the Polk County September 21st, September 9th. September 9th is when, okay, so he was dealing with the local LE. They weren't doing nothing. So then he reached out to the DA's office, kind of like what other people do in the cases. You know, if they're not satisfied with what's going on, then they reach out to the DA office, and then there's conversations that take place. So that's what looks like what happened September 9th. Attempts telephone contact, leaving a voicemail. So the victim is not answering the phone. November 29th, Finnegan attempts to interview jail inmate Stephen McDougal on the case. McDougal refuses to talk. He was in jail at the time, really? He was in jail was he in jail at the time? Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, I don't know if it's because of when it was written. Let me know, and I'll be getting to you guys' chat here in a second. Let me know if he was an inmate at the time, or if it's because it was written later. Excuse me. Let me see here. Talking about later in the investigation, he sees a photo of a bookend photo of Stephen McDougal then that he sees on the internet, and says back that Stephen McDougal stabbed him. David Stanley requested that attempted murder charges be filed again the following Henry Reyes, blank, and Stephen McDougal. So he's saying all three of them. His reasoning was that it takes three people to conspire to commit the crime, and stated that Henry Reyes should have known that so-and-so was out with Stephen McDougal, so there are three people. He's just upset and frustrated, and I understand. David Stanley was advised that due to him picking out the wrong person as the actor by a photo online, and then picking another person out by a photo online, along with giving so-and-so giving different stories as to who wasn't involved, that I would not be issuing an arrest warrant, but would be forwarding the case report to the Polk County DA office for review. February 8th, Detective Lieutenant Finnegan submits all supplemental information as to possibly Stephen McDougal being involved in the assault to Polk County DA office for review and grand jury if needed. February 16th, Polk County grand jury assembled. Case in question was not presented. What the fuck? Wow. February 21st. They could have saved her. February 21st, Polk County DA office sets up file for McDougal. And then that's when, during the murder capital investigation, he was already in jail for the stabbing at that time. Wow. Wow.
Drop the ball.
Big time. So many times, too. So many damn times. I'll be sure to let you out for bathroom. Detective. 10 hours. 10 hours, damn. Just giving them a bottle and you won't have to. Yeah. Not good. Got your flip-flops out. It's that nice over there? Damn. It's not going to be that nice until Sunday. Because I was telling the people that I'm I still have a few more, and I was like, hey, because we were going to do our interviews today, but it's not going to be that nice. and tomorrow it's going to be cold. I was like, we're going to have to wait till Sunday because I want to have my interviews out at the crash site, you know, so when I'm talking to them and they're telling me about their experience and what they heard and where they were at and all this, I want them to show me this is where I was at and this is what I heard. You know, it's going to be totally interactive when it comes to the interviews as to the manhunt and how it ended.
So Monday?
Yeah, I'll be doing that special Monday night. It'll be the Vicky White, Casey White, Alabama, Indiana manhunt. So me and Silky Southern Tea are gonna be doing that special on Monday night because, you know, like we saw the stuff where and we don't cover Delphi too much, but News Nation came out with like this special that they're gonna have of the Alabama manhunt in Delphi, you know, and they came out with their first episode last week of their Delphi episode, and it was talking about if you've never followed Delphi, you won't know who I'm talking about, but if you have, you'll know what I mean. And News Nation starts off with their first episode talking about this dude that Ron Logan, you know, they're going back into Ron Logan, and anybody that's covered the case is like, okay, Ron Logan is like one of the lowest people on the fucking totem pole when it comes to somebody that probably committed that crime, you know, like just his age alone. And the fact that they're like going into it for 2 hours, it's like, you know what? They're gonna do their special on Tuesday. We're gonna do our damn special on Monday, and we're gonna have real interviews with real fucking witnesses and real fucking footage and real shit, you know. So screw their shit. We're gonna do our own Monday night, and it's gonna be even better than fucking News Nation. You know what?
I really like Silky as well. I mean, I haven't met her, but I've seen her on your show.
Yeah.
Love her. Yeah.
She is. She's a beautiful soul. She'll be hopping on next week a few times actually, because I think Monday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week. I think she'll be joining. Jammies, bloomers, yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Deborah, remember you were making a list for me. I appreciate that. It's tough being out on these road trips by myself. Like even when like I was getting some of my footage a couple days ago, I literally had to have my one of my cameras on a handle thing because I have different attachments for different things or whatever, and I had to put my camera on that. And while I'm driving, I had to have like my hand like going out the fucking passenger window or trying to, you know, like reaching as far as I could while I'm driving, and then I'm like kind of shaking. I'm like, oh my god, this is good, you know. But hey, you can only do what you can do.
I can't even drive properly without doing that, so I can't imagine.
It's tough. Sometimes it's really hard because, you know, you got, and you're trying to make sure that you are, you know, about the road rules, you know, number one, because you definitely don't want to get into an accident. But it's tough sometimes. Nothing has you days. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, some people saw my conversation last night a certain way, and that's because they don't understand. That's okay. There was no hate or negativity. It was just some shit that needed to be said. That's all. Because it's when it comes to what we're here for, the true crime community, and what even us content creators are here for, and why we do it or why we should do it is not about for greed or you know, ego. It's about the truth and justice for the victims, and for everybody in the community to be together and to love one another. You know, those are the two major things: community and truth and justice. And so It's like I said, when you're doing the PPP 150, sometimes you have to get the boot out, and I had to get the damn boot out last night. It is what it is. And people that understand the PPP understand you have to get the boot out sometimes in order to maintain that PPP.
Yeah, it's important for the topics we go over as well. You have to keep the peace.
Yeah, and I don't mind being the one that has a scuffed up knee because I'm willing to handle that shit.
Yeah.
And I don't appreciate it. When people talk about communities, it's one thing, because I'm not the first. It's not the first time I've been called a name from another creator. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like that shit. Don't mean shit to me. It's when you talk about their community. When you talk about others' communities, I didn't sit there and say anything about his community whatsoever. Not one peep. And I never even said anything about him. I don't associate with greed, and that's it. K-Cups. Love me K-Cups. Except for beaches. I know when I went up to Delphi, Crystal, there was and you might know what I'm talking about. There's some beach, right? By Delphi, and I was like, when in the fuck does Indiana have beaches? Because Indiana's surrounded by a whole bunch of other states. So to me it was weird. It was some attraction by Delphi, some kind of beach thing or something, and I'm just like, what? There's a beach here? Like we're by a lake or an ocean or what? What is this? What is this? I don't see him being on the platform too long because it sounds to me like he's losing his shit. And it's like, excuse me. It's like I don't know, maybe you should have stayed on a break. Because he already sounded like he was losing his shit before he took his break. Because of the reason why he took his break, I was like, damn, dude's losing his shit. And then I was like, wow, that's pretty greedy. When you're complaining about all this other stuff, and I'm looking at my shit, I see his subs, and then I go to my subs, and I'm like, what are you complaining about, bro? And then I go to his views, and then I look at my views, and I'm like, what are you fucking complaining about, bro? Like, what are you complaining about? What's up, ballers? C-Dog, how you doing? 61. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Lake Michigan, one side of Chicago. No, it's by Delphi. It was a beach. It was some beach right next to Delphi. I can't remember what it was called. It was maybe 20 minutes from Delphi or something. It's some kind of beach thing. And I'm just like, yeah, s'mores sound good. And I'm just like, damn. Well, where in the hell's a beach in Indiana? All right. So this is the latest from Nancy Grace last night. And just like the night before or the show before where we had Nancy on, it's hard for me to handle her too. But there's been some interesting stuff that she's kind of came out with, or I don't know, uncovered, or just been the first to report it. But you're looking at the title right here, and I didn't know that there was pants found at the river's edge until I seen Nancy's video 15 hours ago pop up on my feed, and that's when I'm like, oh my gosh. Pants were found there too. Not only we found the cause of death, or we heard the cause of death yesterday, which was homicidal blunt force trauma to the head. That's already, and so that made the conversation where it was like, well, I think maybe he thought he finished what he was trying to do, and he realized he didn't when he got to the location, and that, that was the way that he wanted to make sure. And then, did it have, did he do that before or after, or what was the reason? And then you find out that pants were left behind on the river, which then kind of leads you to believe that the act was actually committed around that location, unfortunately. So yeah, she was found. Yeah, and no, it's all good. It's all good. No, it's real shit. That's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like the crime was committed at the location,
Possibly,
yeah. And usually when you have that kind of, it's because something else didn't work and you need to go that route to finish what you were doing. And I can't imagine, because you're still, even if you're knocked out, you know what I mean? Even if you're knocked out from being unconscious, your brain is still clicking. And even though you're not awake, right? Even though you're not awake, or even though you're awake and you're out of it, because it didn't go through all the way, and then for this to happen, whether you're knocked out or you're slightly awake, for this to fucking happen, even if you're knocked out, you're waking, your fucking body is waking up, because it's going to shoot adrenaline through your body. You're going to wake the fuck up if you're still at that point where he didn't finish.
I mean, I hope not, but probably, yeah.
It's not going to be it's not going to be good. Not going to be good. All right, so this is that Nancy Grace episode here, discussing all this. Thank you all for hanging out today. Appreciate you. We'll be having a show later in the night, and then we'll do a couple games after the show to end the show Friday night. I'm not sure what time I'm going to do. Probably 7, because I need a nap in between. I'm tired as hell. I didn't get no sleep, but we'll definitely be having a show tonight.
11-year-old Audrii Cunningham ever have a chance?
Yeah.
Her mother is now posting heart-wrenching messages about how she, quote, failed her daughter.
Yeah.
The father had her living in his home with his grandparents, and in the backyard is a Nazi Aryan brother.
What's up, Yvette?
Covered in hate tattoos, who would take her to school alone in the car with him with a sex offense. In the last hours, we learned that this 11-year-old little girl, do any of you have little girls or little boys?
Yeah.
That are or were 11 years old? This little girl's body was weighted down with a rock, tied by rope to her body. Who could do that to an 11-year-old little girl? I mean, take a look at this guy. Would you leave your child alone with him? Much less put her in the car with him, give him access to your home with your child asleep in the bed around him? I mean, think about it. One of his last offenses on his rap sheet, oh yeah, he got a sweet plea deal, didn't have to register as a sex offender, and walked free over and over and over and over and over. But this time he had access to a home and was caught in the bed with a minor child, a girl, and had taken off her underwear and PJ bottom. Now he has access to Audrii, and now Audrii is dead at the bottom of a river, weighted down by a rock. Oh, yeah. Texas, it's on you. You have the DP, death penalty, needle. You going to use it?
It's more than that.
Or are you going to let him somehow slip out of this too? Because all of his other crimes, most of them were in Texas. And he walked. He skipped out of the courthouse, free as a bird. He ran hopscotch out of the jail each time. And now Audrey is dead. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. Wow, what we have learned overnight by taking a long, hard look at a formal affidavit used as an arrest warrant. Wait till they perform those searches. But right now, joining me, in addition to an all-star panel to make sense of the evidence as we know it right now.
Does she just? I don't think she discusses this audio recording because I think this came out before that audio recording was even released. I bet she's gonna be having a show tonight on this audio recording, and then yeah.
This lady is a hero. The lady that called police and she spotted this Nazi
I don't
Aryan
understand.
brother sex perv who I believe murdered an 11-year-old girl, Audrey. I believe he raped her.
So many people failed him.
And I believe he weighted her body down
Failed
with
her.
a rock that threw her body in the river. Joining me right now is Leslie.
Anybody that I put out a video last night. If you're not familiar with that audio that came out, it's messed up. Here, let me see here. Let me put the link in chat. I don't have I never saved it as a link. This is Did They Fail Her? This is LE that had there was a newly released recording that came out overnight of the Polk County Sheriff's Office admitting that they had a shit poor investigation and that they dropped the ball and they were trying to find the ball to get it fixed. And they let this guy go on and on and on and on. Also, I read through the documents. You'll see documents up there. I read through the documents just, I don't know, 20 minutes ago or something. I think I read through them. So you'll want to go back to this episode after you watch this. You'll want to go back to this episode and or just start from the beginning of when we started talking about it because I replayed it already. But yeah, there's going to be some. Wait till if you think she's mad in this one, she's going to be really mad tonight when she hears this audio recording from Polk County Sheriff
Gaskins. She is an Exxon employee. He's the one.
There's no way he didn't know. There's no way.
And landed his rear end behind bars. Of course, then he started lying and lying and lying. But despite his lies, police managed to find Audrey's body. Leslie Gaskins, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Ms. Gaskins.
Very excited.
That's right.
Tell me what happened when you see the defendant
What's up, Nina?
covered in all his tattoos. I don't know if you can see his swastika or not, but tell me what happened when he came into your Exxon.
$2 in change for gas. It could have been a couple of beers. I'm not real sure because I didn't know that he was significant. That he was so ugly. I keep saying that. He's just so ugly and so creepy looking that you just don't forget his face. And it just, I don't know.
I don't know who. Okay, so Exxon clerk. That's who this is. Exxon clerk, and then she talks to the searcher who found. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I see why you guys say it's a tough episode.
His face is stuck.
She interviews the searcher that found the location using sonar and reveals details.
With me. And then the next day when I saw his mugshot and they said call if you had seen him, I called right then. Didn't even hesitate.
What when he came into your Exxon, are you saying that it was either for gas or beer?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
And I'm
Yes,
curious,
ma'am.
hold on, let me get my writing pen. What time of the day did he come in?
It was after 9 o'clock, I believe. I'm not real sure.
9
It's, you
a.m.,
know,
9
'cause
p.m.
I am. I worked the day shift that day.
Question.
All right, I'm gonna take a pause real quick. Contribution call out to contribution call out to Sea Dog 88. It says I need to see those emojis. Go ahead and smash it. Thank you, Sea Dog. Go ahead and smash them emojis because we all love each other and we all care about each other and we all appreciate each other. So go ahead and smash it. Thank you, Sea Dog. Appreciate your contribution to the community and to the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and mash it too. I'm gonna mash some emojis as well.
Was
Here.
this on
I love you guys.
February 15th, the day Audrey went
Yes,
missing?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I worked the day shift that day.
What time do you go in?
I go in at 5:15 in the
So
morning.
you're there first thing in the morning. Now, February 15, I believe, was a Thursday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're there at 5 a.m., 5:15. You get everything opened up and ready. What were you doing? Were you behind the counter when he came in?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There was a line of people.
We
and
love
he
you
was
too.
just in the middle of the line.
Did he smell of alcohol or anything else? Pot, cigarettes?
No, no, I didn't notice, and he wasn't dirty like they said.
He smelled like nicotine, Nancy. Oh, what a sadistic! Like, come on. Look at her
When
face.
Dot went to the mechanic shop.
Yeah.
He wasn't dirty and all that either.
So this is 9 a.m. I'm trying to
Bless
place
her heart.
that time in the line of events that we have so far. Do you recall what he was wearing?
I don't.
What about him stands out to you?
His face, his beard, his eyes. He has
Of
like
course.
a crazy eye.
Yeah, does one look one way and one look the other way?
It kind of does, yes, ma'am.
I've tried to
And
figure that
I
out
think
because
that
in
he-
some pictures they look like they're both looking at you, and in others, one looks like it's looking off.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he
And
got
I
injured.
think he's was kind of a regular here. I think I've seen him in here before.
What's your
Because
recollection?
I remember his eyes. He's just
the eyes. Yeah, the first time I saw his eyes, they're very light blue, and they're piercing, and there's just something off. Now, could you see all of his tattoos?
no, ma'am. I
Those
don't
people
think
with
I
red
could.
hair
I think
have
I
blue
could
eyes.
see
Just saying. It's not
like a little
uncommon.
bit around his neck. I think he had a t-shirt on. He didn't have a tank top.
Did you by chance see his hands?
Yeah, but I really didn't pay that much attention.
Darn. I'm wondering if there were any scratches on his body, on his neck, his chest, his arms, his hands. Did he have on a long sleeve shirt?
No, I don't think so.
Did he say anything to your recollection?
Just whatever he was getting, you know. It's 433 in gas keeps sticking in my head.
Okay, so
433 in gas.
At that time, you noticed him and you remembered him because of his eyes and his tattoos. And what happened next? He leaves. You don't think any more about it until when?
Till I saw him on Facebook the next morning.
What did you see?
His mugshot saying if you'd seen him, he was the last seen with Audrey. If you had seen him, please call. And so I did.
Would it concern you if he gets out on bond, if he's walking free?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, definitely. Yes, because he's dangerous. He's crazy.
And
he
you're a
doesn't
witness.
need to be out.
Did you ever meet or see Audrii or her father or mother or grandparents?
I know my daughter is friends with Audrey's mother. And we've known Audrey when she was smaller, but not seen her here recently.
Why wasn't the mother living with her?
I have no idea. Because it sounds like to me she was in a worse situation than if she would have been with her mother.
So does the mother live in town there?
She would have.
She lives in Livingston, I believe.
She would have been in a worse situation. What?
She's kind of saying she would have been better off with her mother. And I'm assuming whatever was with her mother wasn't good either. So I think
like she was better in her father's care than her mother's care.
Well,
because
yeah, obviously not. But I mean, I think that she's saying, like, even though her mother was bad, she obviously would have been better off with her mother.
I don't know. I thought she said she would be worse off with her mom. No, because I've always wondered why the mom. I had a couple nights ago. People, I'm coming from a parent that went to custody court and got full custody. Because of some dumb shit, and it fired me up. And I'm sitting there going, why don't you? What? You didn't know you couldn't do this, and I'm sitting there going like, yo, I was the parent that did this shit. Like, who in the fuck? Why in the fuck ain't you doing it?
Yeah.
So it always made me wonder, like, why? What? So what? I wonder what. Something just. She lives in the same area because the mom is also M'd up.
Oh.
Well, I heard it's a big problem in that area. I mean, I know it's a lot all over the country, but I heard in that specific area, it's pretty. Everybody over there is kind of walking around that way, in a way, if you know what I mean. Let me hear that again.
On Facebook the next morning.
What did you see?
She's saying Audrey was better off with the mom? Okay.
Saying if you'd seen him, he was the last seen with Audrey.
So why wasn't she?
If you had seen him, please call. And so I did.
Would it concern you if he gets out on bond, if he's walking free?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, definitely. Yes. Because he's dangerous. He's crazy.
And
he
you're a
doesn't
witness.
need to be out.
Did you ever
They had to have known about him.
Audrey or her father or mother or grandparents?
I know my daughter is friends with Audrey's mother. And we've known Audrey when she was smaller, but not seen her here recently.
Why wasn't the mother living with her?
I have no idea. Because it sounds like to me she was in a worse situation than if she would have been with her mother. You know?
Does the mother live
Oh, because he did that crime.
in town there?
I thought she meant like before the crime. I don't know. They don't take your child away from mom. Like, that's.
Yes.
They don't take children away from their fucking moms. My ex got arrested 6 times during the court. So they don't take the children away from the mom, yo.
Maybe it's a case of it was the mom's decision, because it's not something they would really do. So maybe she sent her to live there or something. I mean, I don't know.
She claims CPS wasn't involved. So if CPS isn't involved, why in the it's hard for me not to flip the fuck out, really, because when I went through what I went through, and I sat there in the court hearings, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with every single fucking one of you The second time that this lady was arrested, she's not in my care. What the hell is wrong with every single one of you? The first time, what? The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. That's why I'm like, why in the fuck? Because I know how much they do not. It was crazy, the stuff that I had to show and prove and go through and use as examples. I mean, and all of this stuff just for people to be like, well, yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is a better situation. No fucking shit. And then somebody's like, well, there was no CPS. Well, then why in the fuck did they? Because they don't take it away from moms. They don't take them. They don't take children away from moms that easy. So why, if there's no CPS involved, and you claim there's no CPS involved, you claim that you aren't allowed to fight for custody, you claim that you couldn't fight for custody because you're getting threats with your life. Like all of these different things, to me, it sounds like a bunch of fucking excuses because you don't want to be accountable for being a shitty fucking parent that wasn't there for their child because you're too busy doing something else.
Yeah, no, it sounds like just an excuse, I think.
Unaccountability. So many people these days are ready to blame somebody else. So many people. And it's getting so bad now where there's no accountability nowadays that you can, now it's with children. You can just toss your children off to the side like Elijah or Audrii, and you know, it is what it is because we don't have to be accountable anymore. We don't have to be. So I can sit there and say, oh, I made a mistake. Sorry. Get out of here.
Anything works.
No. Take responsibility, right? Exactly. Freaking nuts.
Lives in Livingston, I believe.
Okay, with a population of a little over 5,000 people, how far away could it be?
Yeah.
Did you know her dad?
Not far.
No, I do not know him.
Do you know how the dad knows the perpetrator?
When you live in the same town, you don't know?
Friends. If you look on his Facebook, they have. He's been tagged in posts of the dads for years. It looks like.
You are hearing the voice of Leslie Gaskins,
for years.
An employee who saw the suspect of the morning.
How did they not know?
Missing,
how did they not know?
And called police. Miss Gaskins, thank you. I hope you are prepared to.
How did that dad not know?
Yes, ma'am.
How did that dad?
I will do
know?
my part. He shouldn't have never been out anyway. Not with his rap sheet. He should have never been out.
Ms. Gaskins, thank you so much. Joining us now, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now, but overnight, this is what we learn. Listen.
That's bullshit. He had to have known.
According to court documents, Don Stephen McDougal used a rope consistent with a rope seen in his vehicle 2 days earlier during a police traffic.
Okay, it's probably going to get graphic at some point, I'm just assuming. And probably the rest of this episode, I imagine, is probably going to be. Just as a heads up.
Stop to tie a large rock to the body of Audrii Cunningham to weigh it down in the Trinity River.
Investigators were able to locate the body of Audrii Cunningham in the Trinity River by using cell phone records and video analysis, but they also needed help from the Trinity River Authority to lower the level of the water on the river so divers could find Audrii.
After removing her body from the Trinity River, Sheriff Byron Lyons said she was taken to the Harris County Medical Examiner's office in Houston to determine the cause of death.
Joining us an all-star panel, but first to Bob Price joining us, Associate Editor, Senior News Contributor, Breitbart, Texas. Bob, thank you for being with us. Tell me about the rock that was used to weight down this 11-year-old girl's body.
So, Nancy, I had suspected that he had used some kind of a weight or device to tie her down. I asked Sheriff Lyons about that during the press conference on Tuesday when they announced that they had found her body. And at that time, he did not want to disclose the information as to what he had used to weigh her down, but he did not deny that she had been held underwater by some type of apparatus and stuff. So now we know that there was a rope used, a rope that was seen in his vehicle 2 days before during a traffic stop, which again reemphasizes that the avoidability of this tragedy, had there been an arrest warrant for Mr. McDougal on an aggravated assault where he stabbed an individual back in August and was identified by the victim as the attacker in this assault, there would have been a warrant for him during that traffic stop, and he would have been in jail 2 days before her death.
You know what? I've been torturing myself all night long about coulda, shoulda, woulda. We have been looking at the affidavit attached to a warrant and gleaning information about the death of this 11-year-old girl and what was transpiring during the time after Daddy leaves the house and the defendant is there alone with the little girl. Joining us right now, Tim Miller, the founder of Texas EquiSearch, who actually went and searching the waterways, trying to find Audrii. Tim Miller, thank you for being with us. You've done so many water searches.
Oh my gosh.
Tell me about this search and the discovery of her body. When you were using sonar, looking through the water there, which has a pretty good current to it, could you tell at that time she was weighted down?
Well, Nancy, when we got involved in that, the sheriff actually called me Friday and said he needed our help. And we had many, many ground searches. Saturday, we found something right along the shoreline, which ended up as being evidence. So where that was found, I decided I need to start
Okay, wait. Are you talking about the Hello Kitty backpack?
No, something else, not the back.
So they had to have known right away where she was at. The pants were there right away. They had to have known when they went to each of those locations and that, geez. Why did it? Oh my gosh. They could have known the location the first day that they talked to him, because if this is the the first day they talked to him, and he told them the locations that he went to. What were they doing for those couple days? What were they doing for those couple days? Oh boy, this sheriff's office. Oh my gosh. It is true. Don't judge a book by its cover until you open the book and start reading it. Because damn, I was 2 days ago.
Me too.
While he said it was, he lawyered up. There was not much we could do about it. Yeah. Now it's like, bro, what the fuck? And now we find out that this whole time I thought the evidence they found right away was the backpack.
Yeah, I thought that too.
And it's like, okay, well, no wonder it took you a few days. Oh, you had to, and then he helped you. No, he didn't help him out. He didn't say drain the lake. Boy.
What?
What were they doing?
We found something right at the edge of the river. I don't want to disclose that now.
Was it a shoe? Was it clothing?
It was clothing. So I decided I wanted to start.
Was it a girl's clothing?
Oh my gosh.
And it definitely is evidence. It 100% is evidence.
And that's because there's probably something fucking on it, whether it's... Oh my gosh.
I mean, hold on just a second. Joining me, Director of Victim Services there in Texas, joining me out of Houston, Andy Kahn, longtime colleague. Andy,
What the hell were
girl's
the mom and
clothing.
the dad and fucking grandma doing,
Obviously,
man?
the girl was sex assaulted. That why would she not have clothing
How
on?
in the hell?
Why would her clothing be separate from her body? I mean, this
You know,
guy needs to be on death row. It's not the first time, Andy. What in the hay is going on in Texas?
I feel you,
This
Nancy.
guy had
I mean,
offense after offense after offense. And now I'm hearing from Tim Miller, article of clothing found at the edge of the river. And Tim Miller, who, by the way, is a crime victim himself, his daughter was murdered, is out there and sees this.
oh man,
What's going on?
that fucking sheriff's office.
You know, Nancy, there's a reason we have the death penalty in the state of Texas. And McDougal is now the poster boy why we have the death penalty.
No. You can blow your horn about Texas injustice, but why was this guy, why was he out free?
Right.
He had already crawled in between the sheets with another.
And why in the fuck was Dad and Grandma cool? Dad, Joshua, whoa, bro, yo, motherfucker.
Other little girl and taking off her underwear and PJs.
No.
He's got one offense after the next, after the next. The man is using meth, for Pete's sake. The Nazi tattoo alone should have gotten him kicked off the property. That didn't work. But that said, don't start preaching to me about Texas as a death penalty. I want to know what this guy's doing out walking around to start with.
Fuck yeah, AG.
The state of Texas failed 11-year-old Audrii Cunningham.
Blah,
no ifs,
blah,
ands, or buts.
blah.
The state of Texas failed this 10-year-old girl back in 2007 who he evidently was trying to sexually assault, and he got a sweetheart deal. He got sweetheart
How
deal
did you
after
know she was
sweetheart
10 years old? I didn't know that had been made public.
Yeah, it was
Yes,
public.
it is. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, it was public.
We were trying to
Yes, it is.
protect her
I will-
identity.
Yes.
Another
Nancy, she came out on fucking the local news and had an interview, Nancy. Like, what the fuck are you at? What? We'll play it. She came out with a fucking interview. Nobody did that. It was right away in the beginning. She's the one that came out and said, hey, not... I don't know where...
Girl, very similar to Audrii.
Correct.
Very similar. And now this. I mean, you know what, Andy Kahn? My dad, God rest your soul, Daddy, would have killed this guy if he had tried to get in bed with me or my sister or brother. I don't understand why he got a cheap plea deal. And on the cheap plea deal, Andy Kahn, he didn't even say, I'm guilty. They let him plead nolo contendere.
What?
He wouldn't even admit what he did.
What? It was like,
I mean,
no
talk about
contest.
a sweet deal. Texas justice, my rear end.
Then they cut it down to enticing a child, which isn't even an offense that you have to register for. And that brings us to what we're going to be doing next legislative session. And I made a promise, and I'm going to continue their promise, that we are going to make a
you
bill.
think I trust a bunch of politicians in a room together? No. I trust you, Andy. I know you're going to do the right thing.
Yeah, and I'm going to make it
happen. Can I get to
happen.
legislation? Let me guess, it's going to be called Audrii's Law.
Yep,
That's
unfortunately,
great.
as you well
I don't
know,
want the child dead so she can have a law named after her. I want her alive. I can't have what I want. Now the only thing I can get is a death penalty. That's the only thing
66.
we can work toward now. But that said, you can tell me about your legislation later. And don't worry, I respect what you're doing. I value what you're doing. I want you to do it. But I guarantee you, if you leave one little crack in that legislation, some defense attorney is going to find a way around it so it won't apply to their client. Think about that. Tim Miller, can I get back to the search?
Yep.
You just got me so upset thinking about her being separated from her clothes. Now, I don't know what piece of clothing it is. It could have been a shirt. It could have been her pants. It could have been her underwear. But when you said it's definitely evidence, that makes me think it could have been her underwear.
Yeah.
Well, it was definitely clothing, and it's definitely hers. So I decided to start doing side.
Was it her pants?
Yeah.
Why does an 11-year-old girl not have her pants on? He raped her. He raped her. This animal raped this 11-year-old girl. Okay, back to the search. Guys, when we're talking about sonar, think about you've seen, if you haven't gone fishing yourself, you've seen it on the fishing channel. You can't miss that. It's 24/7, 365. People are fishing. It looks like a blurry iPad screen. They even have them you can hold in your hand the size of a cell phone. And it looks gray, but then you can see black spots. Some are a lot more sophisticated, but those spots are objects in the water.
That's when you know somebody old is explaining sonar. It's like a gray screen, little. It's like we love you. You're a little behind, but hey, it's not your fault.
Water. Now Tim Miller has state of the art.
It's a
Okay,
gray
tell
screen.
me what happened, Tim.
Little dots.
Well, I started sonar in that area, and of course the river was high, the current was strong, and it's like, oh my God, is she going to wash away or what? Sunday, I got what
And
I
what did
thought
you
was.
see that made you know it was Audrii?
Well,
How,
on
the
Sunday
size
when
of her
I
pants,
sonared,
Trevor.
I didn't know if it was Audrii. The conditions were the worst you could ever imagine with sonar. So I went back to the same exact spot, and the image I got, I couldn't get it again. I literally went through that area more than 80 times.
Because of the
And
current.
then I got another image, and I said, oh my God. I said I could make out legs and
Now
arms.
hold on, Tim Miller. You know we don't say OMG on CES Crime Stories. But go ahead. What did it look like, Tim Miller? How could you tell that it was a child versus something else?
No, I could make out the body. So I went, but it wasn't as clear because of the currents, because of where it was. It was difficult at best, so that I kept sonared and sonared. And then Monday I sonared again.
Tim, what went through your mind when you spotted that? You must have just been sick to yourself.
I knew it was her, but I couldn't repeat it. And it's like, how come if there's something there, it's got to stay there? And so I got with the divers on Monday and the Texas Rangers. I showed them the image.
Did you go down yourself?
No, I didn't dive it. I don't even take a bath, but I'm pretty good at sonar. But
let me ask you a question. So you guys are diving in a fast current in the river, correct?
Well, on Monday when I showed them the image and we all got together, they said, "Oh my God, I think you're right. I think it's a body. We have to dive on it." Well, the currents were so strong and the river was high that they could never get to that image. So then they decided to shut the dam.
That's hard, man. I've done dives in fast currents in rivers, and it's not like on TV. It's really hard to do that, much less to get. Was she all the way down at the bottom?
We watch YouTube channels.
Well, she was doing that, and I believe that she was tied to that rope.
I'm sorry, what now? She was what?
She was tied off to that rope.
She was tied onto the rope, and at the other end of the rope was a rock?
Yeah, and so then her body.
Or was the rock on her body and tied to her body?
Oh, no, it's on the rope.
So are you telling me that the dude probably fucking swam down there? Whoa, hold on. Because if you're... Hold on. Maybe I'm going to let it play. I don't know. But if you're tying it to a rock... Like, how are you pushing it in the... It almost seems like dude dove down in there with the rope and already made the loop. And then when the crime took place, he dove down with her after he was done and brought her down to the rope and tied her on the rope and then swam back up.
I don't know. I mean, does it depend how long the rope is that he cut as well?
Well, what? How?
I don't know.
It's a rock. It's not a brick. It's a rock. It's not a bucket. It's a rock. So how can you, man, can you imagine if you had a body tied up to a rock and you push the rock off the bridge and it just, I would feel like the body wouldn't even maybe be attached to the rope anymore because of all the different, you know what I mean? And that would be to push a rock off, you know, it might even slip off the rock when it comes to that. So it makes me wonder, like, what rock was heavy enough to weigh her down to where the strong currents wouldn't lift her up and move her? That had to be a pretty heavy rock. So then it makes me think he swam down there. Because how could you push that heavy a rock off the shore, or unless you're on a boat or something? A brick. Yeah,
Maybe,
but they say rock. They say rock.
maybe, yeah. Maybe no.
I don't know. They're not saying a bucket with cement. That's what I would think. Number one, a construction bucket full of cement that would weigh down a 10-year-old body, I would imagine, right? But they're not saying a bucket with cement. They're not saying a brick. They're not saying they're saying a rock. They keep saying rock, rock, rock. So then, but I don't know. Maybe we'll find out more. Does anybody know for sure? To me, it just sounds like, dude, probably there was a bunch of rocks underneath the bridge, because normally when you're, you know, the water underneath bridges usually have rocks around them to support the soil around the pillars for the bridge. You know, it supports the soil. The rocks do. So I could see a whole bunch of rocks being already there because that's how it was built, and somebody just swam through and fished a rope through a couple open parts between a bunch of rocks and then just tied a knot and had that rope sitting there waiting. So when they went to commit the crime, it was already ready. And maybe the 2 days before he got pulled over, when he did have the rope, maybe he had the rope in there because he was going to prepare.
But there's still the current while he's not there the time. I mean, how did it stay roped?
I don't know. He tied it to her body, then tied the rope to a rope. He threw both in at the same time off the bridge. Oh my gosh, can you? So then, but okay, but you got, listen to her injuries though. So you're saying he went down there, grabbed a rock to then do those things with a rock to her head, then go back up to the bridge to then drop her off the bridge? To me, it seems like the where the pants were at, wouldn't the pants be in the vehicle? You know, I don't see you going down to get a rock to then commit the crime in your vehicle, and then you go down to leave the pants down there, but you're going back up there to drop the body. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like the act was committed down there by the shore. I feel like she got her life ended down there at the shore, and I feel like that's where he took her in the water, was down at the shore.
Yeah, I think so. But
just with how the injuries are alone, you know, because if it was thrown off the bridge, I would think she would have just had this, not a rock, or there would have been something else, not a rock. I think it was a rock because it was convenient, because it was right next to him where he was committing the crime. Otherwise, I think there would have been. I don't think we would have had the blunt force trauma to the head from a rock. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, Rosie, for spending time. Or the current would have moved her until the rock sunk. Yeah, it had to be with the way the evidence is, the injuries, the evidence left behind. It tells me that everything was done right there at the bridge. Like he probably was like, "Hey, well, we're not going to go to school today. Do you want to go see if there's any fish in the river, in the lake? Let's go down here at the bridge. Let's see if there's any fish out here." Boom.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. 2 basketballs could weigh 70 pounds. Like, what's up, crime? Ticket 68. Water could have been low at the time. Well, according to them, it was current was high and they had to drain it. So, I mean, but I know the water levels can go up and down by feet, but I don't know. Was there different weather patterns that were flying through that area? Was there a lot of rain? Was there a drought type situation?
The witness said he was in a t-shirt. So the witness did say he was just wearing a t-shirt. So I thought maybe it was hot day.
It's not a place where snow melted and there's a lot of runoff. They were on the bank. It is deep on that area. They had to drain some water. Yeah, tossing off the bridge would cause a drift for a bit. Yeah. It's true. That's why I feel like all of it was committed right there at the shore. What I'm wondering is, did the dude already have a rope fish through rocks already prepared? Or did he, like, how did he?
Well, it was already in his vehicle a few days before, right? At a traffic stop or something. So he had it with him mobile.
Yeah, but the rock, I'm saying.
Oh, the
rock. Like, where you're not just pushing, like, and if you have a body tied to it too, right? You're pushing off a rock that's heavy enough. Really, even if you throw it out there, being the dude he was, even if you threw that 60-pound rock out there, I don't think it's going to do and go, I don't. When you're talking about a bridge. Sorry. Go ahead.
Is this definitely one perpetrator then?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It would have to be. I would assume so. And by the bridge, you're not. It doesn't. By the bridge, it's not gonna go shallow for a foot and then drop way down. So it's, if you throw a rock off the side, it's almost like it's just it might not even go to where you want it to go. And then is it really going underneath the water? That's why I feel like the dude swam down there and frickin' put in the rope and left the rope there knowing that he was going to commit the crime, because I feel like when they were reaching out to him, they were reaching out to him about the prior case. He knew, because he got arrested. He got arrested for admitting the crime that a week before this crime took place, a week before, he probably got information from his lawyer like, hey, they're going to be coming after you. They're going to be this and that. And he go, oh shit, I know I'm going to go to jail now. I better do this. And so that would give him that pre-planning type reason to go pre-plan to do the rope, because it would have been planned for a week and not necessarily something that happened at the last minute because of an opportunity or something. Like he knew he was gonna go to jail, and
So it felt like a last chance.
yeah, so he was planning everything out. He probably planned out how do I try and make this mom seem like, because I'm gonna be in jail for the thing. They're gonna be blaming the mom. I'm gonna be cool, and I'll just sit here and serve time for a stabbing that nobody was passed away with, and instead of being charged with this crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to have planned that for the whole week. Besides the grooming, he
Or it
had
was
to have
something he'd
planned
always
that.
thought about. And then he felt pressured when he knew that he was, being looked at for something else. And then he sort of.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, Crime. I was like, that's probably what he told Audrii. Hey, sorry we couldn't get you to school on time today. We missed the bus. Do you want to see if there's any fish in the lake real quick before we go back home? Sorry we missed the bus. Here, let's do something fun before we'll have a fun day, right? Fucking. We'll see, though. We'll see what they say. They
Okay,
just
question.
don't. So many fumbaloos in
So
there.
the body, Audrey's body was not on the bottom of the river, on the riverbed. The rock was on the riverbed, and she was in the water.
She was in the water. And so she was just swirling and swirling in there, and that's why I could never pick that same image up at the same exact spot. But I'm going to tell you the best thing he did, Nancy. The best thing he did was tie her off and weight her down. Because if he wouldn't have done that, and she would have floated, that current going 4 miles an hour, in 24 hours, she would have been 96 miles away.
Wow.
We'd never find her.
The best thing he did
96 miles away
was to go ahead and weight her down. Otherwise, again, in that current, and just think if she would have popped up at night when nobody was there, and in 12 hours, she would have been 50 miles away. So,
12 hours.
It was a blessing in disguise.
Wow.
So, yeah, when I got that image again, they dove on Monday. They could not even get to it because of the currents. They decided to shut the dam, let the water go down. And the next day when I got in there, they found her.
Tim, what do you mean when you say she was swirling and swirling?
Well, if you can imagine in a current, and there's a big swale there. It's between the Railroad Bridge and 59 South Bridge, which is close together. So the water coming around them pilings and stuff just created a huge eddy. So she was down there just basically almost going in circles and moving around. And that's why it was so hard to get her at the very same location. Because when a body's at the bottom, it's going to stay at the bottom until it starts gassing up, and then it'll start moving. So I would go back to the same exact spot, and she wasn't there. I'd go again and then get it located in another area, and she was just moving. She was just moving around, and I anticipate if she wouldn't have been found, of course, she would have never floated. And as bad as it sounds, the fish life and turtles and stuff would have.
That had to be a heavy rock.
Take that body and she
with the way
would
that
have been found. So it was.
That had to be a heavy rock. If he's saying the current is that strong, and she would have been 96 miles away a day later, and she kept spinning and turning and moving, that had to be a heavy rock. It had to be a heavy rock. Because even if it's a 50, 60 pounder, I'm sorry, it's gonna move. It's gonna move when you have that much. You have a 50, 60 pound weight being pulled on that rope. It's going to, especially with water running and the force of water, how strong. I mean, hell, they don't even want you to drive through a 1 foot, 2 foot puddle with 4 mile an hour water going, because it might take your car. It's gonna move the rock.
Yeah.
it's gonna move the rock. I'm curious to see what kind of rock it was.
It a huge effort with everybody, and you know what, Nancy? God just put us in the right place at the right time.
Wow. Yeah, 4 miles an hour. Wow.
Tim, not everyone knows that you lost your daughter. So when you get a case like this, what does it mean to you that you found Audrii? You're the one that spotted her on sonar.
You may get me a little bit choked up right now. But when I got home, I said, Laura, thank you.
What?
Just thank you. Because if you were still alive, I wouldn't be doing this. I said, thank you, Laura.
What?
That's right.
I'm not saying this to pat myself in the back. There's no ego involved in it. Again, I've just been blessed by God with what He's given me, and I'm pretty good at that sonar. I'm not an expert, but
Tim,
I got
you don't have to pat your own back. If it had not been for you spotting her on the sonar, she could have come loose from that rope, and she would have been gone, like you said, in 12 hours. She'd be 50 miles away. We would never have the answer to what happened to Audrii Cunningham. And this savage, this brute, would walk free to attack another child. And you know another thing, Tim? We know of these two little girls, 110, 111, very similar in physicality. We don't know how many others are out there because you and I know, Tim Miller, that only one out of, say, 8 or 9 sex assault victims come forward, and that is a conservative figure. You are hearing Tim Miller, my friend, my longtime colleague who runs Texas EquiSearch. Everybody on the panel, jump in. We got a lot to get through. First of all, to Joe Scott Morgan, renowned professor of forensics, joining us out of Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet, book on Amazon, and star of a hit series, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, right now, we don't have a COD, cause of death. She's still at the Harris County morgue. But you know, and I know, they know the cause of death. They probably knew the cause of death the moment they looked at her. I'm guessing asphyxiation of some sort. But let me talk to you about A, toxicology. Did he dope her up with, let's just say, Benadryl or something like that? B, you heard what Tim Miller said from Texas EquiSearch. The water temps were very low.
This is from yesterday. It's more than a. When did it come out? Maybe it came out. Maybe it was yesterday morning when it came out. But yeah, that was before. Because I think we got the COD the middle of the day. I think it was.
How did that help or hurt? Had there been any fish activity on her? I don't see how, if she's in a swirling eddy.
Oh, buddy.
Just,
Buddy. I don't even know how to put it. How do I put that? You got to watch the beginning of the episode, man. You
know more than me on this, Joe Scott.
First off, I hope that the knot.
Oh yeah, crime. I'm trying to be. See, I'm trying to even find the damn words. Bro, you're gonna be just as upset as I am. Trust me. Trust me, you're gonna be just as upset as I am, and yeah, because I mean, like I was saying 2 days ago, I'm going putting the applause, and today I'm like, that dude needs to get the fuck out of there. You don't even deserve to be in that office. That's sorry, man. I know you joined late. You didn't see that part, but uh, yeah, it's not good. I did put out a short video last night, so there's a little snippet. It's about the newly released audio. We'll play it again here towards the end here.
Were not untied at the scene.
Ooh,
I hope
yes,
that
yes,
I hope
yes.
I hope that the rock was not disengaged, because
Yeah.
when we work cases and they arrive at the morgue, we want all of the elements present so that we can fully appreciate, how, for instance, with her, how was she secured? You think about the forensics of knot tying.
Plus, Joe Scott, what about potential DNA on the inside of those knots?
Yeah, and that's quite interesting. Depending upon how long she had been in there, and not so much she, but those knots. Were there any protected spaces in there? Right now, my gut would say no. But Nancy, there's a saving grace here, and Tim had brought this up, and this is the beauty of this. You used the term savage. That was kind. That
wow.
article of clothing that was left on the shore there,
What?
if it was relatively intact and it was not super saturated with water, there might be a chance that you can find some foreign DNA on there, and
Please,
that may originate.
Joe Scott, really?
What?
I am completely drained on the case. Please
Did I-
speak
and
to
then-
me in regular talk. Are you talking about when you say, I don't even, you're talking about sperm, you're talking about saliva, you're talking about epithelial skin cells.
Yeah, but the way he described it was not if it was completely intact. What is that? Completely intact. What is that? What does that mean?
No.
That's.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Completely.
No. I think maybe he's thinking it was damaged, ripped.
He
or-
knows something. He knows something about it because he knows something about it.
He has a lot of experience.
Yeah, he's the first one that mentioned it, that the pants were wet and not completely intact. So he knows something about this evidence.
Because when we work cases and they arrive at the morgue, we want all of the elements present so that we can fully appreciate, how, for instance, with her, how was she secured?
I need a picture like that. Sitting on a chair in front of some steps in front of a building with some pillars with my glasses on and my backwards hat, just giving you that mean mug,
Intense area.
Yeah, I need a mean mug, but like sitting on a chair in front of some steps and a pillar, just like, yeah, I talk true crime, baby.
Yeah.
You think about the forensics of knot tying.
Plus, Joe Scott, what about potential DNA on the inside of those knots?
Yeah, and that's quite interesting. Depending upon how long she had been in there, and not so much she, but those knots. Were there any protected spaces in there? Right now, my gut would say no. But Nancy, there's a saving grace here, and Tim had brought this up, and this is the beauty of this. You used the term savage. That was kind. That article of clothing, that was left on the shore there, if it was relatively intact and it was not super saturated with
relatively intact. What is that? Talk to me in regular terms, because when I'm thinking relatively intact, I'm going, did you have to rip the fucking pants? What does that mean? Relatively intact. What does it mean to you? What does it make you think?
I do think maybe he's suggesting that they were either there was some kind of a decay from the water, which I doubt. I think he is suggesting that they might have been ripped. So
Yeah, there couldn't be decay from the water.
yeah, so if they were not all there, maybe it was a piece of material.
But then why would there be just a piece? Like, this is so, I'm trying to like understand this crime scene in my head, and I'm like, it's just as confusing right now as the relationship between this guy and the dad and the grandma.
I think he's accounting for some kind of a struggle. For
Like
her
she ran?
being resistant or something like that. I think that's what and I think he's probably speaking from experience on, seeing articles at crime scenes.
Huh. So maybe she was fighting and he just...
Maybe.
With water, there might be a chance that you can find some foreign DNA on there, and that may originate.
Joe Scott, really, I am completely drained on the case. Please speak to me in regular talk. Are you talking about when you say I don't even? You're talking about sperm. You're talking about saliva. You're talking about epithelial skin cells, hair, any fiber from his clothes. It could be on her pants. Is there some other DNA I'm missing? Hair, fiber, skin, sperm, blood, and sweat. Is there some other DNA that I'm missing?
No, there's not.
Well,
also,
hold on.
one
I think Tim's jumping in. Do you have something, Tim?
Hey, yeah, can I break in real quick?
Please.
Oh, if
I
it wasn't
actually with the
completely
Texas
destroyed.
Rangers yesterday and stuff, and doing an affidavit and giving all the pictures and stuff for the trial. And one of the things that we talked about is, thank God that water was as cold as it was, because if he sexually assaulted her, there was possibly going to be able to get semen from her.
Oh.
Good point. Okay, Joe Scott, I hate to treat you like a computer, but that's more data that has been input into that brain of yours. Now spit it out as best as you can. We'll all try not to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Yeah. So, and one other thing here, I think that's really pertinent is the fact that that garment was found on the shore. I'm really wondering, Nancy, if he had not picked that spot to, commit this savage attack on her, that's the location where he may have stripped her and have done whatever he did to her that you had previously mentioned. And if that's the case,
I don't see it right there. I would think that he would attack her and sex assault her in the car or in some covered area. Not
That's
in
what
the
you would
open
think.
area along the
Right.
riverbank.
But look at the injury.
yeah, but I
That's
think
a very
that
wide open area there.
Look at the injuries.
at this point, I don't think that anything can be discounted, though. We don't
Yes,
even have the
you're right. But tell me what we do know. What we
Well,
will
what we-
get from that body. I
Yeah,
can tell you
well,
this right now. When you don't know a
Yeah.
horse, look at his track record.
Mhm.
He tried to sex assault the other little girl. So he tried to sex assault this little girl. Okay? That's not a leap of imagination. That's his
No,
track
no.
record. So
Yeah,
why
and-
else would he have her? What? To sit in his car and play solitaire? To watch TikTok? Hell no. He attacked this girl. That's why she didn't have her pants on. So what evidence am I going to get?
Well, given the fact that she is found in a body of water, I think that it is going to be very difficult to have success with a rape kit. If he ejaculated within her person, okay, and she's nude in the water, we don't know that at this
Well,
point.
are you telling me they can't retrieve sperm from her vagina or rear end?
I mean, listen to what Tim just said a second ago. Her body was swirling around, Nancy.
I know, but the water
was
wouldn't
like
go
a
into
top.
her vagina.
Of course it would, and it does. And let me throw one more thing at you. if that isn't enough, you're talking about a small child. She's, and I hate to say this, Nancy, but she's greatly dilated at this point in time. If in fact she
talking
was
about her
sexually
vagina?
assaulted. Yes, Nancy, I am.
Well, then
And so if
say it,
that's the
man.
case,
Spit it out. Okay,
He's trying to
now
be
answer your
respectful,
circumstances. The
lady.
vagina is dilated because it's
Jesus.
water. Is that what
He's
you're
trying to
saying?
be
no,
respectful.
because of the sexual assault.
Because of the
And
sex assault, you're saying that's how water could penetrate the vagina. Because ladies, think
absolutely.
about it. When you get in the bathtub, you do not get water in your vagina. Same thing here. But what Joe Scott is saying, I think, is that because she, we believe, had been raped, her vagina is now dilated.
Yes,
and water
Nancy.
could enter
Jeez.
and destroy the evidence. Oh dear Lord.
I'm sorry, I'm a dude and it didn't take me that long to fucking understand that. What
Plus
the
there's
hell?
some evidence on her pants.
My
Is that
gosh.
right?
Yes, it is. And one other
Oh.
area here that might be a bit more protected, believe it or not,
Drives
might
me
be her
nuts.
fingernails. I think that with nail clippings in particular, because that's kind of a hooded area, if everybody will just look at their fingernails, if she scraped him, there might be a possibility that's still trapped beneath her fingernails. That's kind of a long shot, but that's what I would be thinking as well.
Joe Scott, why don't we have a COD yet?
I think that they're taking their time with it. One of the things I thought about, and this is way off topic. I'm really, and they have to consider this. I wonder if she was placed in there alive. I don't know that, and they're trying to make a determination as to whether or not.
Long, but I want to talk about this affidavit. Joining you right now, high-profile lawyer out of Livingston.
All right, crime. Here's a little bit of what we went over earlier. And when you see the fumbaloos and this guy slipping through everywhere, you'll get it. But wait till you hear the audio. That it came out last night, so it's not going to be on this episode. But wait till you hear the audio. It's not good.
Lana Shadwick, former judge, former prosecutor.
He should have been in jail already.
Legal analyst for Breitbart in Texas at LanaShadwick.com. Lana, thank you for being with us.
Yeah,
Have you read the affidavit? I've got a few things I want to ask you about. This guy is so full of crap because we hear police say, this is where you're going to come in, Lee Reber, that they were able to place a defendant with the victim. Now, how? Through cell phone data, we know that, through other digital information, and through information from him. But I am telling you right now, he was lying through his teeth. The information they likely got from him is from his cell phone, because triangulation doesn't lie. Pings don't lie. This guy lied through his teeth.
Well, they've got it.
Isn't it crazy? They got the data already, but Ann Taylor's still waiting for it in Idaho. Just saying.
Now, I mean, he's at
saying.
the bridge with cell phone data, the pings. I mean, you can lie all you want to, but unfortunately, unfortunately, he tied her to a rock, and that's where the body was found. They're going to be able to ping his cell phone, get video footage of that 2003 blue Suburban, and placed him there. And now that vehicle is in the custody of law enforcement authorities. And they are combing it.
Yeah, he tried to give it away.
I want you to look, Lana, at paragraph 5. Affiant shall show through investigation. That's the cop. It's the affiant. Investigations were able to determine through cell phone data, video footage, and other forensic evidence that McDougal lied about his whereabouts and activities. He flat out lied. Hey.
Yeah, they got him.
And another thing, take a listen to our friend at Crime Online, Rachel Bonilla.
According to KTRK, Don Stephen McDougal was seen at a Livingston mechanic shop near Highway 59 the day Audrey went missing. Workers at the shop said McDougal was filthy, covered in dirt, and acting suspicious. He was there trying to get a part for his blue Chevy Suburban.
So we know that he was completely filthy at a mechanic's shop. What about that, Lana?
I know, AG, when I heard her say that, I'm sitting there going, Nancy, 30 blocks is like a shorter 30 blocks is a longer distance than how long this town is. You know, like you you couldn't put him at the bridge because the lawyer could argue that he was like right outside town. You can't put him there. So yeah, that's it's Nancy though. It's Nancy.
Filthy with what? Because he had been down there at the riverbank getting rid of a body?
Well, absolutely. That's evidence of where he was beyond, having cell phone pings and video footage. Now they've got him covered in lake river mud.
Yeah. I used to be a lot more vocal when it came to bullies too. And I used to do a hell of a lot more stuff when it came to bullies too. But just because I did it before Phidippus doesn't mean that I do it now. So GAC got lucky, because if he would have met me a few years ago, oh boy.
And so saying he's filthy. So the guy's so smart he doesn't even bother to clean up anything before he goes out to get a part for his car.
They should.
I'm very curious about what we know regarding that video footage and the cell phone pings. Bob Price joining me, associate editor, senior news contributor, Breitbart, Texas. Bob, do you know that the pings absolutely place him on that bridge? Because based on what Tim Miller is saying, he didn't throw a body off a bridge.
What's the ad
down on the riverbank?
What's the address of this
Right,
bridge?
and with the clothing found on the riverbank and not tangled up in the grass along the river's edge, we know that he was up on that bank and probably placed her or pushed her into the water with that rock attached. Not only did the cell phone data confirm that, though, he took the police to that location on Saturday and said that that was one of the places that he'd been. Now, he lied about some other things, but he admitted that he was at that location.
Well,
now,
Bob,
the interesting thing about him getting a part...
Please, my dear sweet boy. He only did that when they showed him, hey, your phone is pinging right here.
Oh, sure, probably.
He didn't volunteer
probably
and
so,
he lied through his teeth, man.
So he was at this car shop getting parts for his car. He went on Facebook that day and started selling off a bunch of his personal belongings. He was planning to run at that point, and fortunately, the police caught up with him before he had a chance to flee.
Lee Reber is joining us out of New Alexandria, Virginia, mobile device forensic expert and CEO of Oxygen Forensics, Inc. He is the author of, listen to this, Mobile Forensic Investigations, and he's the host of a podcast, which is great, by the way, Forensic Happy Hour. Lee Reber, thank you for being with us. Lee, explain to me, how much can I rely on pings? How accurate are they? Can they place him at that riverbank? Hey, Tim Miller, how close were Audrey's pants to the bridge? Were they thrown from the bridge, or would he have had to go down to the riverbank?
Had to go down to the riverbank, and it was actually in the water, so it was saturated with water.
Joe Scott Morgan's not going to like that, because that
Ticket
could have gotten
71.
rid of any forensic evidence linking the defendant back to her pants. But that said, I'll go back to you in a second, Joe Scott. Lee Reber, explain to me, how accurate is the pinging process?
Yeah, I think if you look at the triangulation, it could be accurate, it could be very accurate, but what I think is more important is the forensic evidence that's going to be from the device itself when they go and do the collection of that. Because those are just GPS devices that could put you, a meter to the location. So I think that utilizing, obviously, identifying, being able to, he's lying because the location, but once they have that device in their possession and do the processing of that, it's going to show, there might be photos, and the photos have EXIF data, which can show location. They can have just a simple, from the data that's on the device, any applications that were utilized and showing GPS locations. So I think the data from the device itself will be way more important than looking at, say, the data from the towers.
Quick question. Bob Price joining us, Breitbart. What year is this perv's Chevy Suburban?
So the sheriff announced that they were looking for information about this 2003 dark blue Chevy Suburban that he was seen driving.
2003.
To him.
Okay, to Lee Reber, mobile device forensic expert. Remember the Alex Murdaugh trial? How much we learned from his nav system? You could even tell, Lee, and you and I talked about this, you were awesome. When Murdaugh got...
Sorry, we weren't able to finish it. I just saw the message. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I appreciate you. And,
thank you so much for having me and your chat. Wonderful people.
We love you. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. It was unexpected. It was a last minute, but it was like, I went ahead. Like, oh shoot, come on and hang over again today too. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate you, and I hope you have a good night. I know it's late there now. Thank you so much. Get some good rest. Thank you again, and
Bye, everyone.
keep putting out them badass videos. Thank you, Rosie. Appreciate you. Let me see here. And I'm going to share her link as well. And that's the, here's the, if you want to, that's the middle of the bridge. So if you want the link, or just put that address in Google and it'll take you right to the middle of the bridge. Thank you for help on locating it. And we'll go to that right after this. We got about 15 left on this. And then we're going to go do some Google guy walking around. So I don't know. There's just shit that don't make sense right now.
His SUV to leave the scene of the double murder where he murdered his wife and son. The nav system will even show him opening the car door, closing it, cranking up, putting the car in drive, driving, screeching out of the crime scene, driving like a bat out of hell, slowing down.
You got stuck.
It showed when he let his window down electronically, which I argue is when he threw Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone out the window, let the window back up, and then hightailed it to his mother's house 28 miles away. It showed when he cranked back up, got back in, and went back to the crime scene and went, oh, dear Lord in heaven, my wife and son are dead. Let me call 911. It was all a lie. But those nav systems are amazing. Is there such a nav system in a 2003 Suburban?
Well, the vehicle itself, I mean, in 2004, or if you remember the OnStar system, they had OnStar systems. I know the 2004 Chevy Suburban has an OnStar. They all have computers with the nav systems.
2003.
Even at 2003. I'm just saying, and as old as the 2003, we had OnStar navigational systems that are running on all those opening doors. It'd be treasure trove along with the data from the mobile device.
They better get on that subpoena to Chevy right now, because remember at trial, all that evidence, they had asked for it long ahead of time, but they got it during the trial or right before the trial. The defense almost got to keep it out. Hey, word to the wise in Texas. Lana, Andy Conyon, pass this along. Get the nav system information now. Bob Price, what can you tell me about text messages between Audrey's bio mom and McDougal? Apparently, he was offering for the two of them to meet.
I was thinking 05, 06. Like 05, 06. I wasn't thinking 03. Let's figure it out, though. Because they were doing like a lot of promotions when it first came out. So, it was oh my gosh, you can hit a button up there and it like gives you directions and all this other shit. And then it's just like when Star 69 first came out, right? When Star 69 first came out for the telephone. Oh, that's so cool. You can hit Star 69 and it tells you what the last number that called. And then people got their first phone bill and they realized that every time you dialed Star 69, it cost you $0.25. And you're like, Oh shit. We have like $175 phone bill. Right?
Stating that the little girl wanted to see her mom and coincidentally offering to meet at the spot by the river where the little girl is found.
So, Audrey, I've seen some of those posted on social media, and clearly he was trying to entice this mother down to that river. Now, that raises the question about when is the actual time of death for Audrey? Did he do something to her the night before and was trying to get the mom down there to do something with her as well? You know, there's a lot of things that could
That's
come
a
into
good
play
question.
here, but clearly he was trying to meet up with her and using Audrey as bait,
That's
if
a
you
good
will,
question.
to get her down there to meet with
And
him.
he also,
We know
Bob
from what
Price,
the
kept stressing, don't tell anybody. Quote, as long as no one says anything about it being set up, no one would even know. And she, Audrey, wouldn't say anything.
and that's the MO that this guy has. He grooms people, family members, children, all of this. We know from what was said yesterday on the show that he assaulted a woman by groping her at a public party, a married woman, just months before this. We know that he was at the birthday party of another 11-year-old child just months before this happened. He's hanging around all of these types of people down there. This father has a criminal conviction for assault causing bodily injury. You know, maybe that's how they met somewhere.
Are you saying
But
Audrey's father has that conviction?
yes,
So my speculation that they met in the
What?
penitentiary could be accurate.
That's what we thought too. Did they meet in fucking prison, yo? What now?
He was offering for the two of them to meet, stating that the little girl wanted to see her mom and coincidentally offering to meet at the spot
Hold on.
by the river where the little girl is found.
So, Audrey, I've seen some of those posted on social media, and clearly he was trying to entice this mother down to that river. Now, that raises the question about when is the actual time of death for Audrey? Did he do something to her the night before and was trying to get the mom down there to do something with her?
That's right, because he said they were gonna go fishing, remember? Because he said they were gonna go fishing. He committed that crime down there. He committed that crime.
You know, there's a lot of things that could come into play here, but clearly he was trying to meet up with her and using Audrey as bait, if you will, to get her down there to meet with him.
And he also,
We know
Bob
from what
Price,
the
kept stressing, don't tell anybody. Quote, as long as no one says anything about it being set up, no one would even know. And she, Audrey, wouldn't say anything.
and that's the MO that this guy has. He grooms people, family members, children, all of this. We know from what was said yesterday on the show that he assaulted a woman by groping her at a public party, a married woman, just months before this. We know that he was at the birthday party of another 11-year-old child just months before this happened. He's hanging around all of these types of people down there. This father has a criminal conviction for assault causing bodily injury. You know, maybe that's how they met somewhere.
Are you saying Audrey's father has that conviction?
Yes.
So my speculation that they met in the penitentiary could be accurate. What's another thing that's very disturbing about these texts between Audrey's bio mom and the defendant, McDougal?
Thank you,
is
excellent.
he is
Appreciate
saying,
you.
I will take her to school and have you on the phone. I will take her to school tomorrow. This is Wednesday night. The next day is the day he was supposed to take her to school, but whoops, she ended up without her pants dead in the river. And he's talking to the mom the following morning, the day of the murders. Good morning. They're still planning to meet up with the girl. And he says, he says to her, have you seen Audrey? I dropped her off at the bus and she didn't get on and hasn't gotten home. So he's lying in these texts to the mother. Bob?
Yeah, if his lips are moving, or his fingers are touching a keypad, he's lying, and that's been consistent throughout this whole thing. This whole area, the people in the courthouse told me that they're there's 13 sex offenders that live within a very short radius of this house. This father and another father are exposing their children to these types of people on a regular basis,
I've got a
and
question
putting these
about a
children in
photo
dangerous
for you.
situations.
Lana Shadwick, Chris McDonough joining us from the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective and host of The Interview Room on YouTube. I've seen photos of the dad, who, according to
Ticket
Bob
76.
Price,
What's
has a
up, D.
conviction
Marie?
for assault. Was it ag assault or assault, Bob?
Assault causing bodily injury, misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor. Then they wouldn't have met in the pen. Maybe the county jail. But Lana and Chris, have you seen the photos of Audrey's dad with the defendant? They look like they're at some outing. They're both wearing the same kind of handmade bracelet. They're clearly big friends. Have you seen the photo?
Yes, I've seen the photos, Nancy. Yes.
Chris McDonough, the photo.
What are those headbands? Like, what is that? Does anybody know? What are the headbands and the wristbands for? What does that mean? You see everybody wearing these tie-dye headbands. And he don't even hide the swastika. He don't even fucking hide the swastika. What is this? What kind of event is this? They're all wearing wristbands and they're all wearing a hippie festival. When was this photo taken? Trying to see if I see anything. I don't know, something. Some domain.
Is of the defendant McDougal and Audrey's dad, with whom she lived. They've got their arms around each other. All of his prison tattoos, his swastika, all that in plain view. They're hugging each other and they're shooting. It looks like AB.
Look at that, nothing
Marrying your
half-assed.
brother.
Holy shit.
But that said, they're wearing matching bracelets. What kind of bromance do those two have?
Ticket 72. What'd she say?
You know, that photo is obviously pretty disturbing, Nancy. And for this dirtbag, in order for the state of Texas to, quite frankly, hang a millstone around his neck and toss him into the sea, I think it's important not only that they look at what we call suspectology and kind of dissect what his past is, but I think this case is going to revolve and end up, balancing out on whether or not that child was alive when she was put into that water, because that opens up an investigation into other potential crime scene locations.
Why
the house,
do
the
you
car.
think it all hinges on whether she's dead or alive when she's thrown in the water? She's dead now.
Because you have like Dr. Morgan was talking about, the chances of getting greater forensic and or circumstantial evidence to put this guy away increase when you have crime scenes that you can actually collect that type of evidence. Like, let's just use the cigarette butts for an example that he bought at the gas station. Where are those cigarette butts if he bought cigarettes? Where is, his air filter? Is there evidence within that air filter that place him underneath that bridge through, bringing in a botanist?
Hold on, please. Wait a minute.
What the fuck, dude? What?
Sure.
An air filter? An air filter.
His pings placing him at the location where the child's body is found.
An air filter?
We have him being the last one
An air
with
filter.
her.
I mean, I'm not going to say, it's going to, just like we were talking, pH levels in water. in different levels in soil, so you can tell if the soil, you know what I mean? Why do you listen? You got dirt all along the motherfucker's Suburban, and you're gonna like try and check the air filter of the car to say, bro,
Wouldn't have him stating
and that's all
that
great
he had
evidence.
her in the car. So what did she do? Go tie a rock around her waist and throw herself off the bridge? No,
but that's all.
So what do they do? Just hang out and smoke a bunch of leafy, or what? What entails this freaking festival? Like, what entail? Like, what's the what's going on at the festival? Tie dye, it can mean a whole bunch of different things. It can
There's
mean
evidence right now to convict him. Are you kidding me?
it can mean
You
a
think we
whole
can't
bunch
prove
of
this
different
case
things.
without DNA? We can. DNA is
But
just the
how would you
icing
like
on
to
the
find,
cake. What?
Nancy, how would we? I know if I put a package in front of you in court, you would shred this guy. But how would you love to find semen in his truck, where maybe that's where the sexual assault took place?
Or
and maybe we find her
his
DNA.
clothing. Have you thought of Joe Scott?
Yeah, both.
We stopped at the body. What about his clothing? Well, you don't think there's any fibers from her on his clothing? No epithelial cells, no blood, no nothing.
Hair.
Hair,
Right.
anything. What about it, Joe Scott? Help me out, brother.
Right.
It's possible that you could. Here's the problem. As admitted earlier, you were talking. One of the guests had mentioned how filthy he was and encrusted with all of this dirt.
But yet he was clean at the gas station. Interesting. Go ahead.
So we don't know what the status of the clothing are. Is it possible that they could collect something from her, from this precious little angel, that may have made its way onto him? Yes, that's within the realm of possibility. But we don't know how much due care was taken with those clothing, if in fact they have collected those clothing from him or from wherever he was domiciled at the time.
Got something. What about the rope? The rope. I mean, Lana Shadwick, you're the high profile lawyer. Even a trash bag can be traced back to the lot, the group of trash bags that were created, manufactured at what plant, in what city, on what date.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
same
right.
thing with
And where
car
it was
paint.
purchased.
Yes, you think they can't do the same thing on rope? You think they can't match up the rope, and you know he cut it. You think that somebody like Joe Scott Morgan can't take the one end of the rope that was tied around her body and the other end of the rope that was in his car, they already said it's the same rope, and put it together and see forensically that they match perfectly?
I think he can.
I mean,
He
I'm just
can.
a JD. I'm not a crime lab scientist, but even I can figure that out.
Nancy, here's another beauty part to the rope. Depending upon how well they treated it and they removed it from her body, did you know that if she was tied up with that rope ante-mortem prior to death, there's going to be evidence of that you would not necessarily see with a post-mortem tie-up. So if she's got an abraded area that's got any associated hemorrhage with it or anything, that's an indication that she may have been alive when she was tied up and secured.
I got another idea for you. Jackie can hold up your note. I can't take credit. It's Jackie's. Something about the fact that he was clean at the gas station after he was filthy at the mechanics, depending on which was first, the chicken or the egg. Does that mean he then disposed of the body? And was the body in the truck for disposal? I find it really hard to believe he'd stop at a gas station with a dead body in the car. That said, that means something. Lana Shadwick, I don't know what it means yet, but I will find out what it means.
It's circumstantial evidence and direct evidence of him being by the river or by the lake, beyond the cell phone data and any video footage and that sort of thing. You've got him placed at a station where he's all clean in the video, and then he's
Tell me something I don't know. Tell me something.
Okay.
Can there be neglect charges or felony neglect charges, neglect that ends in death, filed against the father? And please don't everybody start screaming at me. You're blaming the victim. I am a crime victim.
Okay.
But I know
All
this
right,
girl is
so
dead.
Damn straight.
injury to a child by negligence or omission, the felony 1 in the state of Texas.
Will this fit that?
You've got, pardon me?
If the dad had knowledge of his record, could he be charged with felony neglect ending in death on a child?
Certainly if he had knowledge. But that's his father.
How could he
also
not
has a
have
daddy.
knowledge? They got a bromance going on.
Right? Yes.
That's right.
Exactly.
Got the same headbands on.
Exactly.
Bracelet, the same headbands. Okay, Andy Kahn, in a nutshell, you know how I hate talking about legislation. Because of the Audrii case, what do you hope to achieve?
I hope that we do end up bringing focus on offenders like McDougal who somehow escape from having the label of sex offender on him. Maybe if he had to register back when he committed the offense of enticing a child, indecency with a child, when he evidently was trying to sexually assault a 10-year-old girl years ago, maybe that would have raised alarm bells at this time. Maybe the community would have known more about McDougal. Who knows? Maybe the parents. I don't know. But at least we would have known about his criminal history and his propensity to do sexual deviant acts around young girls. So what I hope to do next session is to take this case, make it a catalyst for change. Make it a catalyst for change.
Okay, hold on. I got it. You know what I hate, Andy Kahn? You know what I hate? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yes, I want you to champion that, and I want it to pass. Maybe another little girl will be saved. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Can't bring Audrii Cunningham back.
Nope.
We wait as justice unfolds. Goodbye, friend. Guys, thank you.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. So let me go to, so here's the location. Okay. Now, was it facing north? Was it on the north side of the bridge? I'm wondering if it's right over here. There's a path that goes right down there. Let me see. Not over here. No path there. I don't see a road going. Well, we'll go back more that way. So there is a road over here and a road over there. I bet you it was over here. I bet you it was right over here. What, on the other side? Left side? What, over here? I don't see any roads. There's no roads over. Whoa, look at that picture. That looks crazy. I don't see anything on this side. It's all. I wonder if I can go on that fucking path there. Hold on, let me see. Can we go down? Probably not. Nope. What does that say? Stop, do not. Well, we can't go in it. Tons of access roads, though. Frickin' Google. Yeah, tons of access roads. Drove right through there. Probably used that access road right under the bridge. That one right there. Just drove right in. Who's gonna even... Drove right through there. It's too bad we can't go down there. And then you got cover on one side, so I can imagine the seclusion right there. Pay Lake. So up in sky and come back down. That's a Pay Lake? What's a Pay Lake? I never heard of that before. Hold on. I don't remember the address. I have to... How did I do that? How did I do that? Oh, shit. What did I put for the address? I don't know. Just let me do it here. I'll just do this again. Okay, so it was... shit, it was right here? Yeah. There's an access road over here. Here's one. Wait. Where in the hell is the access? What? Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're off. Okay, there we go. I was flipped around here. Flipped around. So right there is an access, but that don't even... That just goes out to the field. And that one kind of... That one's more secluded. This road there, but it's going on that cliff. Yep. So that path, you got that one that goes around this way. And you got this path right here that goes right under the bridge there. Damn. All right, so there's that location. Give me 1 second. There's some more news. Let me see here. There was we'll do a update on Elijah, and then we got some more stuff on the University of Georgia. Give me 1 second here. We'll go to that in a minute. Let me see. Also, where did it go? Okay, here it is. I want to say thank you to Caddy. This is the court hearing for the Elijah Vu's mother and caretaker.
12/9/92.
And I'll share the link for this.
She is currently receiving SSDI and therefore is not employed. She
Not
has a history
employed.
of making court dates, except for 2 occasions. In 2017, she had
Why'd she need a caregiver if she's not employed?
2 occasions. In 2017, she had a bench warrant issued, but 2 days later it was withdrawn without a hearing.
Why do you need a
Then
caretaker
she
then?
had another missed court in a CT matter, and that was restored to a signature bond within a week.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from the DA, and then my understanding is there are some victims that wish to speak. They do have a right to speak on the subject of bail only today. And then I will give Attorney Larson the last word before I make a decision.
Is somebody painting a
Attorney
wall?
LaBrie.
Commissioner, the state is asking for $15,000 cash bail. We're asking for no contact with the co-defendant, Jesse Bang. We're also asking for no contact with any children under the age of 18. Judge Dietz has already found probable cause. That was done yesterday with an affidavit submitted to the judge. So probable cause has been established by a circuit court judge. The state feels that the cash bond is warranted based upon the facts that are listed in the affidavit before Your Honor, as well as the fact that she intentionally sent that child for disciplinary reasons for more than a week to the residence. She was aware of the tactics used and the lack of care provided. This was an intentional thing by her. And on at least 2 occasions during interviews, she has provided false information on her whereabouts during the past week. So there is a concern of providing false information to officers. So there is additional charges of obstructing that will be coming. She does not reside in Manitowoc County. She does have, as Attorney Larson referenced, some prior matters. She has 17 CT 752 out of Outagamie County, where I counted 4 missed court appearances. February 1st, 2018, where a bench warrant was authorized. That was returned on warrant February 9th. May 16th, 2018, bench warrant was issued. Return on warrant was May 23rd. On August 14th, 2018, failed to appear for the plea hearing. Bench warrant authorized.
Yeah,
Return
this
on
is the
warrants on
mother.
October 19th. November 6th, 2018, failed to appear. Bench warrant returned on November 15th. Then in 17 CT 236 out of Outagamie County, there was a missed court on June 21st. The return on warrant was June 23rd. She also had
Uh-oh.
from 2011
Oh, okay.
in Winnebago County. I think she, based upon her lack of ties, the seriousness of the offense, the prior missed court appearances, that a significant cash bail is warranted, and I would ask the court to impose that with the other conditions requested. Thank you.
And I'll just review. It was the no contact with persons under the age of 18 and no contact with the co-defendant.
Correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so at this point, the victims that wish to speak can come up. You need to come up to one of the microphones. You do not need to identify yourself.
She can't hear or what?
Okay. My family and I are requesting a no cash bail. They are the last 2 to have seen our baby Elijah, and at this moment are the prime suspects. So until we find the truth as to the whereabouts of Elijah, we like to make sure that these 2 are readily available for questioning. And in the case where bail is given and made, we ask that the person on bail have no contact with anyone under the age of 18 years old and the families of the victim. That is all I have.
Right, thank you. Someone else? Or no? Okay. All right, that's the only victim that wishes to speak. Attorney Larson.
Commissioner, I would just indicate that
Ms. Bauer does not have any cash to post. She does receive SSDI. She does qualify for an attorney through our office. And she
Social
has no
Security.
significant assets. I understand that she lives in Wisconsin Dells, but she does reside in the state. And she will appear at all future court dates. We ask that the court take those factors into consideration.
This court has neglect charges before it fairly regularly. This case, though, has drawn the attention because we have the missing child involved. And that, of course, pulls that court's feelings, emotions, and heartstrings for the care of the child, but it doesn't change the nature of the charges from any other neglect case. And I think we have to keep that in mind too, that that's what we have right now. I've seen the probable cause statements. I know there's more specifics about the alleged behaviors, tactics, as I believe Attorney Labrie referenced.
Tactics. What? Other
I
alleged
suspect that
behavior
as
and
charging
tactics.
decisions are made,
What?
there could be other charges added.
Tactics. What does that mean?
The mother, though, was not present. She knew. That makes it the party to the crime or enabling the behaviors.
Oh my gosh. What else happened? What else happened? What else took place? Oh my gosh. She's reading this shit and she's
The lack of immediate ties to the community are something I can consider. The likelihood that there would be additional misses. While the family is saying low cash bail, they want the individuals to be available. If they're in the jail, potentially they are available. Now, the other consideration besides the alleged crimes, to also consider the ability of a person to abide by the conditions, which means are they able to post? And it would not appear that Ms. Bauer on her own is able to do so. I do not know if she has resources as she reaches out to her extended family that would be able to assist her in posting bond.
Set it
Thank
high.
Attorney Labrie for mentioning that
Set it high.
Judge Dietz had already taken care of signing the probable cause statements.
Set it high.
There's no doubt that the information does meet that standard.
Set it high. Don't give this mom an
I am going to set
opportunity to
cash
fucking
bail.
bolt. Don't give her an opportunity to bolt.
At this stage, the $15,000
She only
also
needs
substantial is also appropriate.
She only needs 1,500?
I'll set that amount with the two conditions: no contact with any persons under the age of 18, no contact with the co-defendant, Jesse Bang. And everyone knows the name, so I'm just going to use it. I don't
She
think
can
there's
get
any
out
change,
on
and we don't
$1,500?
usually protect the co-defendant. We've been putting the names in the documents. Now, the next hearing will, of course, be on Monday,
She can get out on $1,500.
following usual practices. I don't know where we'll be on Monday, but
Oh my
for
gosh.
court, that will be in branch.
You better hope.
Moving to 3, are we not on Monday? Yes.
You better hope
February
that
26th, 1:30, branch 3. Failure to appear, a warrant would be issued. You have the right to be represented.
Like she cares.
As noted, public defender will be representing, at least at this stage.
Oh my gosh.
And
You don't even know what's
that's everything. So
They
thank
don't
you.
even know what's happening with the kid. I'm sorry, maybe because I'm not a fucking judge and I don't practice law, maybe I'm thinking it's a little ridiculous, but I'm sorry, you give this mother an opportunity to bounce on $1,500, which you don't think she could probably get from her extended family in this situation. And then who knows what she's going to do to herself or whatever. And then how closer are you to finding the damn truth if you can't find anything in the meantime? I hope this doesn't come back to haunt him. I really
Leave the
do.
room.
I hope it doesn't come back to haunt him. I can't believe that. So there's Jesse going to be coming up next, I think. Jesse. I don't know what's up with the iPhone, and then somebody Chong Lee joined at the bottom. I don't know what that it I I don't even who are these people? This guy looks like he's in a bunk bed room. Is he in a jail cell?
All right, we are prepared. We'll go back
Who the
on the
hell is
record.
Chong
This
Lee?
is Jesse Vang.
Who's Chong
Mr.
Lee?
Vang is referred for child neglect. There is a probable cause statement. I'll just jump ahead and assume that Judge Dietz signed a probable cause on this matter as well. I don't have that copy. That is the only charge here as well today. Attorney Larson.
Mr. Vang's address is 3918 Mishicot Road, apartment 2 in Two Rivers. His phone number is 920-242-4289. His date of birth is 1/4/84. He is currently self-employed. I looked at CCAP over the past 10 years. There was a 2012 case. There were no misses. It also appears that he's on a federal detainer or federal supervision.
I had heard that bit of information as well. Attorney LaBrie?
Commissioner, the state is asking for $20,000 cash. We're asking for no contact with the co-defendant, no contact with any children under the age of 18, as well as absolute sobriety. The defendant, as the court had noted, probable cause has been found by Judge Dietz already. He was the actor that was here in the community dealing with the victim and utilizing the discipline and the tactics as well as the lack of care. I think there is sufficient probable cause that has the defendant, as the court had noted, probable cause
What
has
was
been
that?
found by Judge Dietz already. He was the actor that was here in the community dealing with the victim and utilizing the discipline and the tactics as well as the lack of care. I think there is sufficient probable cause that has also been confirmed.
Discipline
by the judge in the
tactics?
affidavits that have been submitted.
Was this kid
I am
beaten?
concerned about his appearance in court. He has recently been convicted in 2017 in federal court of conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine.
Okay, so did they beat this kid too?
He was incarcerated for approximately 6 years as a result of that and was on supervision when this occurred.
Yeah, we did last
I
night,
believe there
Iris.
is currently a hold, but that is also being reviewed. He does have prior record in addition to that. He had an OWI first in 2023. In 2007, he had felony bail jumping out of Outagamie County, where aggravated battery and battery were dismissed and read in. He failed to appear for his arraignment on May 23rd, 2008, and the return on warrant was May 22nd, 2009. So he failed to appear for court and did not return for a year later. He also has from 2007 a disorderly conduct, 2006 resisting obstructing out of Outagamie County. That same year, possession of cocaine as second and subsequent out of Outagamie. In 2004, delivery of cocaine out of Winnebago. That same year, possession of cocaine out of Outagamie. In 2002, battery by inmate. Also that same year, child abuse out of Outagamie County, as well as a fleeing an officer.
Whoa.
He has been incarcerated a significant amount of time over the past several years. He also, while on state supervision in the past, has had 3 separate abscondings in 2009, 2004, and
Whoa.
2003. He has contacts or family in California, Michigan, and Minnesota. So he does have resources outside the state of Wisconsin. I think a significant cash bond is warranted. I would ask for the $20,000 cash with the no contact with the co-defendant, no contact with any children under 18, as well as absolute sobriety. There was a reference in the probable cause affidavit to consumption of alcohol, so I would ask for that condition as well.
Attorney LaBrie, I just want to verify my understanding.
So they're discussing
This
powder
federal
and
detainer
alcohol.
is based upon the supervision, so it's much like a probation hold in Wisconsin.
It is similar, but he does have rights to a hearing, and I believe there was a hearing today. I don't know the results of the hearing.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this point, if the victim wishes to speak on this case as well, or if there's another victim, this would be the time. No one has to, but this is the time if you wanted to.
Are
All
they,
right,
they speaking to iPhone?
You think that? Okay. All right, so Attorney
Okay.
Larson.
Commissioner, the misses and that Ms. LaBrie cited occurred over 15 years ago. Typically, we wouldn't take those into consideration. It is referred as a child neglect. Obviously, we're aware that there's questions about whether it will remain as this charge.
So you'll consider the dude if he was selling drugs 15 years ago, but you don't consider the fact that he had a child abuse charge? That's not considered now? This is our children, people.
But currently it is.
Oh,
Her
my
date
Lord.
of birth is 12/9.
To flee and not appear. I don't know how.
Hold on.
Typically, we wouldn't take those into consideration.
Isn't that crazy?
It is referred as a child neglect. Obviously, we're aware occurred over 15 years ago. Typically, we wouldn't take those into consideration.
Wow.
It is
Typically.
referred as a child neglect. Obviously, we're aware that there's questions about whether it will remain as this charge, but currently it is this charge. He is on federal supervision. He is not going anywhere. When the state is asking for 20,000 cash on a child neglect, I think that signifies that the federal authorities are not going to be releasing him anytime soon. He does qualify for an attorney through our office. One will be appointed, but we are asking for significantly lesser cash.
Well, in one way, I've already set the $15,000 on the other individual. So we have a precedent for today's purposes. And it is clear to me that taking the probable cause statement as true for today, he is the one who was present and would be responsible for any neglect resulting in the child being missing or the lack of care.
Oh my gosh. Don't you think you would have discussed all this before court when it came to the amounts and what, you know what I mean? So then you don't go, well, we only made it 15,000 for don't you have these discussions before fucking court? What the fuck is dude, this is it 2024? Is it really 2024? Oh, dude, I'm glad that we have shows like we do on YouTube and that we have us that talk about these things, because I can't imagine. I just can't fucking imagine how worse. I'm just getting so upset.
That being the case, we'll set the the $20,000. He also has the greater
Good.
ability to flee and not appear.
1,500 and
I don't
$2,000
know
ain't
how
that
the
much.
retainer will work.
It ain't that
The
much.
$20,000 cash, absolute sobriety, no use of alcohol or drugs, any kind, anywhere, in any amounts. No contact with any persons under the age of 18.
Oh my gosh.
Just to make it clear, if there is a 17-year-old in custody, the jail rules will apply to that. That's not going to be affected by this provision. This is when
What?
you are out of custody.
What? A 17-year-old in
Additionally,
custody?
no contact with Katrina Bauer.
What?
Violation.
What? 17-year-old in custody? Had anybody heard about this? A 17-year-old's in custody too? What? Hold on. What?
Just to make it clear, if there is a 17-year-old in custody, the jail rules will apply to that. That's not going to be affected by this provision.
If there's a 17-year-old in custody, was there somebody else that was also and because it's juvenile, it's not public? I don't understand this. Hold on. What?
In any amounts.
What?
No contact with any persons under the age of 18. Just to make it clear, if there is a 17-year-old in custody, the jail rules will apply to that. That's not going to be affected by this provision. This is when you are out of custody.
So it took place at his apartment. Did he have his own child there as well? We'll talk about it later tonight. If you guys find something, let me know. "17-year-old in custody."
Additionally, no contact with. Just to make it clear, if there is a 17-year-old in custody, the jail rules will apply to that. That's not going to
The
be
jail
affected
rules.
by this provision. This is when.
The jail rules will apply to that, and that's not going to be affected by this provision. What am I hearing here? What am I hearing here? Am I hearing that there's a juvenile that's included as well? This something
You are
don't
out of
see.
custody.
This is confusing here.
Additionally, no contact with Katrina Bauer. Violation of any of the conditions would be grounds for additional charges. The initial appearance will be February 26th, 1:30, Branch 3.
February 26th. That is Monday. We are going to be fucking doing a live stream Monday morning when it comes to this court hearing. So look for us Monday morning covering this court hearing. Whoa, what the hell, man? 17-year-old?
Would be
What?
issued, and you do have the right to be represented by a lawyer. With that, you may leave the room. Now, that is the end of these two cases. I am going to allow the victims, everyone stay seated. The victims may leave the room with the victim coordinators first.
I don't understand.
Attorney Labrie certainly join them. Attorney Larson, you're done then. Attorney Harrison is on.
I don't
That's
understand.
correct, Commissioner.
All right,
He's
thank
in.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, I
All
don't know.
right. Now, any members of the public that are here that don't want to watch the rest of the hearing, they may leave. Media may leave. Camera may leave. We'll let all the commotion happen. Then we're going to take Mr. I think it was Espinoza. Sorry if I'm saying the wrong last name.
Ahorita vamos a ver el caso del señor Espinosa.
So we're about to have something really unique.
Okay, hold on one second. Now here's the latest news on the University of Georgia student.
Extremely difficult time for students and staff across 2 college campuses in Athens. I'm Rick Fulbaum along with Lana Harris, and right now at noon, shockwaves and canceled classes at the University of Georgia and at Augusta University in Athens after the discovery of an Augusta nursing student killed on the campus of UGA.
Now, just this morning, this is breaking news. The victim has been identified as Laken Hope Riley. She was 22 years old and had previously been a student at UGA. Now, there are a lot of concerned families from 2 schools now looking for some answers here, as whoever killed this student on this campus is still out there, and police haven't released a motive as to why this student was attacked.
Thinking, this happened on my campus, that could have been me.
We have team coverage in Athens right now at noon, a very active police scene just south of the university's campus and the place where that woman was found dead. Atlanta News First Rebecca Schramm is the only reporter at that scene right now. And Rebecca, do we know if this is connected?
We don't know for sure, Rick, but I want to show you what we're seeing here. I'm on South Millage Avenue, and first of all, look at that. You're seeing the mobile command center. This is an apartment complex called Argo Apartments, and look at the police presence. This is exclusive. We're the only news crew out here during this noon hour. First things first, you saw that mobile command center that belongs to the Athens Clarke County Police Department. Now look over here. Officers are here from several jurisdictions: Athens Clarke County, the University of Georgia Police Department, the GBI. Now, I want to make it clear here at noon, we do not have confirmation that this is related to the murder of Laken Riley. But here's what you need to know. Right behind this apartment complex is the forested area with the walking trails near Lake Merrick, where her body was found.
No.
Now, about 40 minutes ago, we saw police take a man into custody. They had him handcuffed and they put him in the back of a patrol car. And within the last few minutes, 2 other men were taken into custody as well. So that's 3 people under arrest for what could possibly be related to the murder. Now, I want to give you some background on Laken Riley. She was 22.
Man, give me 1 second. We're gonna pause that. It's not another Idaho 4. Cops already have people being questioned. What's up, Brandy? What's up, Teresa? It's related. Nothing happens there. It's related. University of Georgia and Athens always felt we go there often at night. Never thought twice about this happening, especially during the day. Man, and there's now if it is connected to the crime, if it is connected to the crime, that's not a good sign. It was 3 individuals, because that means something really fucked up took place, you know? Not even gonna say it right now.
Laken Riley. She was 22 years old. She was a nursing student at Augusta University. She is from Cherokee County, from the Woodstock area. She came to Athens as a University of Georgia student, where she was in the Alpha Chi Omega sorority we have confirmed, before transferring to the Athens campus of Augusta University for nursing school. A friend called police yesterday, according to officers, and they reported that she hadn't come back from a jog near the intramural fields, which we know are right next to that lake, and to the walking trails where her body was found. You're seeing video there from a memorial service, sort of a vigil that they
Thank
held
you,
last
Michelle.
night. And back here live, just to show you again, this is an enormous scene. A few officers have already left now that 3 people have been taken into custody. And again, authorities are not confirming that this is related to the murder, but all the agencies involved in the murder investigation are here. And we also spotted the University of Georgia
Aw.
police chief here. So we're going to continue to ask questions about what has happened here at the Argo Apartments. And as soon as we learn more information, you'll be the first to know. Live in Athens, Rebecca Stram, Atlanta News.
Wow. 3 taken in. Here's some students.
Understand, folks, that this is a absolutely terrifying time for many of the students and the parents there. 11 Live's Grace King, she's going to pick up our team coverage tonight. So, Grace,
It is.
Grace,
This-
students tell you that they don't feel safe on campus right now, right?
You know, whether it's kidnappings of children or people being unalived at a university, it's like this last week, boom, boom, boom. It's like, what is going on, man?
Absolutely. You heard the police chief mention that this is the first homicide they've investigated in 20 years. Even so, it's creating a sense of fear and heartbreak among the students. In downtown Athens, students searching for a sense of normalcy as tragedy grips their campus.
My parents always tell me, like, be safe, but I'm like, oh, I'm on campus, I'm fine. And then hearing this, it's just like, I need to really like take care of my safety.
On Thursday, Allison Kramer parked in this lot as normal. The sea of police she returned to was anything but.
I'm just like shaken up. I'm going home after this because class is canceled tomorrow. And like I was gonna do work this afternoon, but I was like, I can't focus on that because I'm worried about my safety. I'm worried about the people related to this incident. Like it's really scary.
She and her friend Anika Bhattacharya worry if their community is safe.
I run a lot, and so like we've just been talking about like going and seeing the park here and like going for a little run or like just walking by, but now after hearing all this, like I don't feel safe anywhere.
They hope police will find whomever is responsible soon, but in the meantime, they're taking every precaution possible.
I'm honestly not even considering walking by myself much.
Yeah.
After all, at least for the next like couple months. I mean, I just don't want to take any chance at all.
And tonight, both UGA and the Augusta University College of Nursing announced they're canceling classes tomorrow. Both of them are also offering counseling services to any students who may need them.
I spent a lot of time today talking to students, and with classes canceled, there probably aren't as many as there usually are. As an alum, you know that all too well. But the ones that we have spoken to say that they have been deeply moved by the events of this week, with Wednesday's suicide and yesterday's homicide.
Right, so that's 2 students that they've lost here on this campus in the same week. So you can only imagine what these students are feeling right now. In fact, we talked to a freshman from Atlanta who was, look at that, holding a sign offering hugs and prayers to anybody who needed it. He told us he's actually very familiar with the wooded area where this young woman's body was found.
I frequent those trails, just hiking, running, and the fact that something so atrocious happened so close to home, like it hits different. Like there's not a single person at this school unaffected. Like.
And we met 2 other freshmen, young ladies from Macon and Savannah, and I asked them if they heard from their parents, which as a dad I should have known was a pretty silly question. Of course they heard from their parents.
I heard just about immediately after everything happened.
So.
So
What did your parents say?
they were just nervous. They wanted to make sure that I was aware of everything going on and that I was being safe, pretty much. And they sent me the UGA Safe app for me to download. So
yeah, I think it's definitely more nerve-wracking for the parents that aren't here because, you know, all their babies are here and they can't do anything about it.
Exactly. Another parent we heard from said, hey, does my kid need to transfer.
Yeah.
You know, they're scared. So we also have another statement from Augusta University. This is a new statement that they put out after Riley's identity was revealed. And it says in part, and I'm quoting here, "We extend our deepest sympathies to the family of Laken Riley, a junior and Dean's List student who studied at our campus in Athens. This sudden loss of one of our students is truly heartbreaking."
And also, as you can imagine, this community is left very uneasy. And the news comes after, as we mentioned, the death of another student on campus Wednesday.
Yeah, he was a freshman who actually went to Marist School in Atlanta. He was found dead in one of the dorms here on campus, and it was an apparent suicide. The two deaths are not related.
Isn't that crazy? Excuse me. These sinuses. Isn't that crazy that just a few days ago I'm sitting there going, is this another Idaho 4? And it was about this dude's, this dude, and they didn't have a suspect and suspected foul play and all this other stuff, and then a suspect comes out, which is weird because if they're considering that, then what was the suspect arrested for? And then this right here. Man, can you imagine those students? I wouldn't want to be there either. I would be so terrified as a parent, just every single second that my child the government needs to get on this mental health epidemic, because if you still want to be a country in the future, because other than that, if you don't want to address it, government, well, then you know what's going to happen. We're not going to exist anymore on this North American plot here.
And the university actually released a statement saying, in part, our student body
hell,
is
man?
grieving the sudden death of one of our students in Brumby Hall.
We won't even exist on this land.
Tragic loss of life. Thursday's devastating news will uniquely test the resolve of our campus community. Now, right now, the university is making sure every student knows that they are safe when they're here on campus.
And you're looking at the UGA Safety app, which lets you chat with UGA police. You can share your location with a friend as you're walking. You
Wow,
can
that's
report
pretty nice.
A tip if you see something suspicious. And
Wow.
You can always call
Look at
911
that.
or the Athens-Clarke County non-emergency
Wow.
line. This app has been available.
Wow.
One student I spoke with says that only now has she finally downloaded it to her phone.
Wow,
I
look
downloaded
at all
the
that.
UGA Safe app, which is not something that I had because I didn't think I would need it. But the fact that they have it is really helpful. I'm also
Yeah.
going to be traveling in groups a lot more often because I'm Miss Independent. I like to be alone a lot, but
Safe
after what's
app.
happened, I'm definitely going to be traveling in groups a lot more.
Look,
Safe
there
app,
hasn't been
damn.
a situation like this on this campus in 20 years. So you can imagine how lost these students might feel. And there are a lot of
Wow,
resources for
yeah,
them if
it's
they need
nice.
somebody to talk to. The UGA Health Center is still open right now. They will stay open until 5 o'clock this evening. And you can also call the numbers you see there on your screen.
Our next story takes us, though, to Athens, Georgia, near the University of Georgia campus, where mysterious death of a woman is being investigated. We're learning more details tonight. Let's go out to our friend, Fox 5 Atlanta reporter Eric Mock with these updates. Eric joins me. Eric, good to see you here. This is a horrible story, has really shaken this community. What more do we know?
It really has, Andrew. When we first learned about it, all we knew that a woman had been killed on campus at a popular jogging spot. And unfortunately, authorities have not given many more details about that. But like you said, this campus has been rocked. In fact, we just came out of a vigil inside the Tate Student Center here on campus. And take a listen here to what the students were doing as they came together during this tragedy. UGA student members of the Prince Avenue Baptist Church came together Thursday night for a prayer vigil. They're mourning the deaths of 2 college students on the campus in the last 24 hours.
This is a tragic day.
Campus Police Chief Jeff Clark says the 2 deaths are not related. Clark says they got the call at around noon Thursday from a friend of the victim saying she had not yet returned from jogging around Lake Herrick. Officers located her body there at around 12:40 p.m. Thursday. Chief Clark says she had visible injuries and they're investigating her death as a homicide.
As far as in my knowledge, there has not been a homicide in the last 20 years here on campus.
The killing has shaken students here like Nicholas Fattel.
But I've run around Lake Herrick before at odd hours sometimes, and it's genuinely shocking that something like could happen here.
He came to Thursday's vigil to find comfort in what is a dark time for students here.
It's just a tough moment. It's a tough moment. We live in a very cruel and demented world.
Police have not released the identity of the nursing student and say they don't have a suspect yet. For the time being, they're asking students to avoid the popular jogging path until they have one in custody. And while they said they're asking people to avoid that path, they have said there's no immediate danger to the campus at large. And what's interesting about this is it was a college student who was killed, but it's not a student of the University of Georgia, rather a student at Augusta University's College of Nursing in their Athens campus here.
So, Eric, I just wanted to ask too, I mean, where does the investigation of law enforcement go from here? Do we know anything on that front? Do they have any leads? Do they have any people of interest? Are they interviewing other students? What's going on?
Yeah, Andrew, these are all questions we asked them during a press conference that happened about 7 p.m. here in Athens.
Does anybody know the address of the apartment building where the police were at? I'm wondering, like, what this trail looks like from the house.
And they said they could not share a lot of details with us. I was very surprised at how few details. They said it's still very early stages of the investigation, an active investigation. They haven't even identified the victim in this case yet. But like you said, we found.
I do. They want to they made it clear that they don't want to say that the three people that were apprehended at that apartment complex was connected to this crime, but they did say that the trail is right there behind it. And with three of them, we've heard of those cases where there's a gang of people, that happens too often as well, where there's a gang of dudes and a gang of dudes, as if one's not worse enough. Locally, they are calling one of them a person of interest in custody. Kinda SM. Walking trail, pretty much. Yeah, if anybody knows the address of that apartment complex, I'd like to check out the bird's eye. If not, we will later. I mean, there's so much stuff going on right now. I'm not even going to do my read-through tonight. We're just going to do a night in true crime, okay? It's going to be the same thing as it was today. Tonight, it's going to be night in true crime, and we're going to be talking about all these cases again. There's just too much shit going on to not. I want to make sure that we're all, kind of together and updated on this stuff. So if you do have anything that's coming out before the show, I'm going to set it for 7 o'clock Central, 8 Eastern. I might bump it. I might do regular time, 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern, but I might bump it back a little bit. I'm really tired. I didn't get barely any sleep last night. And I'm tired of shit. When the fire restoration crew came, I got rid of the couch because the couch was smoke damaged too, and so I've been trying to go to sleep on my fucking recliner, and it's not happening too good. So I'm trying to get used to it.
found out by
But if anybody knows the address, let me know. If not, we will. Oh, cool. Thank you, Kelly.
reaching out to Augusta University that it was in fact one of their students
Appreciate that.
who was jogging at the lake. So that very active investigation. Now for the students, a lot of grieving, going on for these students.
Right.
In fact, classes have been canceled here at UGA as well as Augusta University's nursing campus.
Eric, just lastly, other than classes being canceled, is there any kind of guidance or directive for students as they walk around, as they go about their daily lives? It seems probably pretty tense, does it not?
Oh, absolutely. I had several students tell me they don't feel really safe anymore going alone. And that's what the university is saying. They're asking people to stay in groups, avoid the Lake Herrick area, and make sure people know where they're going. There's also an app that they can download here where they can just with the tap of a button call emergency services to their location. So they're encouraging everyone to download that app here, and again, not to walk around alone, walk in groups, and avoid that area. So yeah, it's very tense. They're making sure students know that they don't have the suspect in custody yet, and they need to be vigilant.
All right, Fox 5 Atlanta reporter Eric Mock live for us in Athens, Georgia. Eric,
tired.
thanks so much. Talk soon.
I'm tired of hearing the word vigilant. I really am. I'm tired of hearing that word.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we are getting that new
vigilant.
reporting. You just heard it there from Eric. I want to put up this statement. This is now what we know about the female victim. Remember, that female victim, not a student at the University of Georgia, rather a student at Augusta University. We want to read the statement in from the president of Augusta University. His name, Dr. Brooks Keel. He says, "Dear Augusta University family, it is with deepest sorrow that I share with you the news that one of our students at our College of Nursing campus at Athens has passed away. Police have said they suspect foul play. The receipt of this news this afternoon was shocking to all of us." In the meantime here, let's take the opportunity now just to replay this very brief press conference held tonight by law enforcement and campus officials there with the latest. Let's watch.
She was a member of Alpha Chi Omega.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Greg Trevor, and I'm the university spokesperson. Before I introduce Chief Clark, I wanted to emphasize that this is an ongoing active police investigation, and that at this time, there's very limited information that we can share. Thank you. Okay, and now I'm introducing Jeff Clark. He is the Chief of Police for the University of Georgia. Jeff?
Good evening. I'm Jeff Clark, Chief of Police for the University of Georgia Police Department.
Okay, why? If it's on a walking trail, why is the University Police Department doing this? Why isn't fucking Athens Police Department, who has more resources? This is that's how close the trail is. Here's the apartment building right here. Look at that. That's how close. You just walk through a couple fucking trees. You just walk through a couple trees and you're on the... This is...
I want to start off by saying that this is a tragic day. And I want to offer my most sincerest condolences to the grieving family, friends, and campus partners.
I love Mario
Before I
Kart.
continue,
Damn, I wish I could play
I
Mario
want to
Kart.
stress that this is an active investigation, which limits the information that I can share at this time. On February 22nd, 2024, at approximately 12:07 p.m., the University of Georgia Police Department received a call from an individual concerned for a friend who had gone jogging at the intramural fields.
Oh.
Our officers responded to that area and immediately began a search of the area to attempt to locate the individual. Officers located the individuals in the area behind Lake Herrick at approximately 12:38. The individual was unconscious and not breathing and had visible injuries. Officers immediately began rendering medical aid. Emergency medical responders determined that the individual was deceased upon their arrival. The University of Georgia Police Department is actively investigating this tragedy in cooperation with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and also the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. I'd like to thank both of them for lending their assistance during this investigation. We urge the public to continue to avoid this general area while this investigation is ongoing. We also urge anyone with information that could possibly be related to this crime in any kind of way to contact the University of Georgia Police Department immediately. Our phone number is 706-542-2200. At this time, I'll take a few questions.
Sir, do you have a suspect at this point in time?
No, sir. At this time, we do not have a suspect, but we are actively investigating the
Is
case.
the public in danger in any way?
Well, when you have a suspect that's on the loose, there's always a danger. But there's no immediate danger at this time.
Chief, can you talk about the amount of impact on this campus? Have you ever had a homicide here on the campus of UGA?
As far as in my knowledge, there has not been a homicide in the last 20 years here on campus.
And can you confirm whether or not it was a student who was the victim?
The victim was not a student of the University of Georgia, but the victim was a student of another school. I don't want to give that information out at this time.
Everyone, just want to let you know, because it's been a very long day and the chief has to get back to the investigation, we have time for 2 more questions, okay?
What's the manner of death?
Again, this is an ongoing investigation. I do not want to reveal that information at this time.
One more question.
There's no connection between the death on campus yesterday and what happened here.
No, there is no connection to the death yesterday and today's death. There's no connection at all.
Do we have any security, just because we're not familiar on something?
Okay, sure. One more.
Is there any security cameras in this area? Is there anything that could have seen what exactly occurred here?
My investigators will be working this case day and night. They will look at every camera that we have. I don't want to say where the security cameras were, but we do have security cameras here on campus.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, everyone.
About just the process of, what steps are you going through to find this individual?
Say that again, sir.
To find the individual. We saw people checking IDs. What steps are you going through to find this person?
We're not going to leave any rock unturned on this investigation. That's why I brought in additional resources to GBI and the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. We'll continue to work the case together and we'll follow all leads. Thank you.
So they don't know. Let me see here. Let me just take a look real quick. See if there's anything else breaking. I'm going to save everything else that we have for later. And I'm going to go ahead and end it here in a few. Just give me a second. I don't understand it. Don't understand it. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy breaking right now. If anything does, I'll drop a. Trying to do more community posts when it comes to breaking news and stuff like that. So uh, I will, if there is anything, I'll drop it in community posts. We'll always chat it on the next show. I'll be back between. I'm gonna set it for 6:30 Central, but it might go till 7 Central. So in between that time, 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern, in between that time, just go ahead and look for us to be on. If you're not doing nothing, come back and hang out. Man, I'm sure there's gonna be more stuff. I'm sure there's gonna be more stuff coming. This is see, there's some I'm sure. So I'm just gonna go ahead. I was gonna read through the HTC Coburger Visual Snow. I'll just do that another day. We're just gonna have a night in true crime episode where we are just gonna cover all these updates. I mean, there's so many things going on right now. We might as well just you can't even have a topic, a specific topic, because there's just so much of this. Just the stuff that's popping up this last week. It's just it's so sad. It's like I know we live in an age of social media, but damn, this is it's just more and more. Subsec, yeah, just like Idaho. There was day prior, yep. Not suspicious. I think they said he unalived himself now. Reminds me of time I traveled to sleep pad. Yeah. I was thinking about because I don't want to like get a new bed at this point. So I thought about like a futon or something. But it's not too bad. I just have to get used to it. My body's not used to it, so I just have to get used to it. I'm sure I'll get used to it this afternoon in a little bit. But I'll be back tonight. Thank you all. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It was a long one again. I missed you guys during the day. But we got more stuff coming up here. I'll be getting more footage. Sunday, I'll be doing my interviews. If you all remember, I am going to do a behind the scenes kind of thing. Just as a teaser for you guys. If you all remember, I'm gonna be on location doing some interviews, kind of wrapping things up, footage and interviews and such. I'm actually going to give my members a live stream where you guys are kind of off in the background a little bit, the recording for the live stream, and you guys are just gonna have like a behind the scenes live stream of me kind of finishing up stuff and flying drone and finishing up my interviews and all that other stuff. So it's not going to be one of those members only that I'm going to be like interactive quite a bit. It's just going to be one of those where you're in the chair in the corner of the room and you just get to see behind the scenes. So I'm going to try and start doing that too. Yeah. So while I'm finishing up Sunday, I'm just going to hook you guys up, start it up for you guys, say what's up to everybody, and then put it on its own tripod, and it's just going to sit there and live stream everything that we're doing to finish up for the special on Monday. So, yes, onlookers. There you go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. And we will see you tonight. I'll put out a notification here in a few. I'll do that right now as we end the show. And then I'll see you guys later tonight. We're going to discuss more of this stuff. And I think we need to end tonight's show with like a Price is Right or something. I don't know. Think about it. Let me know when we do the show later. Let me know what game you want us to do to end the show. Good night, good night. Good afternoon. I'm ready for bed. I'll see you in a little bit. Son of a bitch.